Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
What up, pigs? You still here? Okay, guess not. So, Foos, when did you jump out of the other lobby?
Uh, Probably right when I looked back and saw that you're like, I'm hanging out in Pink's lobby. It's scary in your own chat.
Oh, Smeg convinced me to jump in his. Then he tells me he's not even listening to it. So I was
Yeah.
like, you want to subject me to Bob needlessly?
Yeah. Oh man.
So how'd the Sunday show go?
We didn't have a show.
You guys didn't do your reloading thing?
No. Sean was supposed to be doing Big Bore, and he's not online, so I didn't have stuff ready. So skipping this week. I'm doing my swaging stuff right now. I just got finished annealing, and I am in the process of cleaning. So I need to do some molding of cores, DRAMing, putting everything together, or swaging the core. Yeah, swaging the cores, and then all the entire process. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, when we talk about that next week. So I'll be doing that tomorrow morning, or tomorrow, a.m.
So how are things in Arkansas?
Doing good. It was beautiful. I had the windows open for a while. So probably about 2:30 today.
Oh, wow. It was like 60 degrees this morning here in Southern California. It
It was in the 50s this morning.
It was all overcast and everything. Thought it might rain. And then, of course, not. Sun came out. That was that. Plug in my headphones here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hold on a second. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I am unfortunately not plugged in right. Oh, there we go. I can hear you now. Yay! I'm actually got my headphones working again.
Good. Here's 3 of the 4 stages I shot yesterday.
Well,
Check out the internal.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the first time I went through. The second time I went through, I shot some of them better, and so I won a couple stages, so it was good. I just love shooting. Even though I haven't practiced that much, I need to get back into practicing more.
Oh, the way they got these things set up, it's almost like IDPA.
Well, the first one was classifier, and then the other ones were not. So.
Yeah, those magazines hold more than 10 rounds.
Not in my division. They don't. First one holds 11. Everything else is 10.
Pretty quick on the reload there.
Thanks. Only if this was could fire around at this length.
Now, are these 2 separate runs at the same course?
It's at the same course. It's just different stages. Why is not? Did I do something wrong with this? Hopefully not. Oh.
Yeah, them stars are fun, dude. You got to hit them right and fast, otherwise you're going to be missing for a while.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to practice with them. That club loves the stars. There was another one that was in there that didn't get videotaped, and there was another star in it. So we had 2 stars, and of course we shot each one. At that club, we shoot everything twice. So basically, it's like 2 4-stage matches. So and so I shot 8 stars. So it gets pretty good practice.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. If only. Wouldn't this be an awesome size for an AR?
I think it would be very compact. I don't know about an awesome size.
Too bad there's no barrel on it. No barrel, no bolt carrier. So I wonder if this is even legal to do this. Oh well.
Well, you'd have to take off the stock and make it a pistol.
Well,
or
since the
SBR
stock's already on it. Well, yeah, but I mean, I wonder if it's legal to do this, to have this upper on here without a barrel. Yeah, because there is no barrel, no bolt carrier.
There's no. It's not even technically it's a firearm because of the lower.
The lower is built. Yeah, right. Yeah. This is going to be my 3rd AR. So
Just
this
your
is
3rd?
Well, I have a 4th one that is a dedicated 22. So actually, no, it's just I don't have a lower receiver for that anymore. Shit, I'm gonna have to build that. Damn it! I'm gonna have to build out another lower receiver.
Well, there you go. You don't even have to finish building that one. You just take off the upper receiver and put the 22 on it.
Well, come Tuesday or Wednesday, I'll have the rest of the parts to finish this one out into a rifle. And enough parts to convert the other rifle, the 22, into a 5.56. So that's why I need a lower, so I could have 4 full guns if needed.
Now, okay, you're going to get enough parts to convert the upper 22 into a 5.56?
Yes.
How are you going to do that with the chambering issues?
It's a different bolt and bolt carrier. Because it's a dedicated 22 barrel that's chambered for a 22 long rifle. So I just pull that barrel out, and put in a barrel, 5.56 barrel, and switch out your bolt carrier, and it's into a 5.56.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's the only difference. So I have it set up so it's easy to switch back.
So, are you shooting 3-gun at all, or are you just still shooting just pistol?
Just pistol. The closest 3-gun's like 3.5 hours, and I'm not going to drive that long. But here's my new concealed carry gun.
Oh, pretty.
CZP-01.
Yep. Almost got it.
Yeah, I don't flip. I'm one of those where I come over like this and catch it in my hand. I usually catch it right there. So, yeah. E-cocker. I've noticed that sometimes I'll take, and I just fired it yesterday for a little bit, but since I ride my thumb right here, or sometimes I'll pull the trigger, and under recoil, my thumb will rest on that decocker, and then whenever I go to take another sight picture, I'll raise it up a little bit, and my hammer will drop to decock mode.
Yeah, but that's a double signal, right?
Right, but if you decock it, the way it's sitting right now, with the trigger all the way back, look what it does. There's the reset. Well, I mean that's decock mode, but I've already hit the reset, and watch this. It doesn't actually go all the way.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
do you think that would cause light primer strikes or something?
Yeah. So my trigger is pinned all the way back. I'm decocking it. That is where, right here is where it's picking up the disconnect and light primer strike. But hold on. It's pinned. Drop the hammer, and if I let it go all the way out, right here, it picks it back up.
Yeah,
So
I heard the second click.
So if you just ride your reset, it's not going to pick it up. And so I'm going to have to train myself to stay off that safety, or have my thumb up or something like that and keep it away from that safety. I mean, not safety, but the decocker. So.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
You can do it. It just takes practice. I kind of had a similar problem with my Brazilian Beretta, my Taurus PT92.
Yeah.
Because it had the frame, safety / decocker, and I dropped the safety, and I would get a couple shots off, and then eventually I would end up putting too much pressure on that and decocking the gun, and then I'd have to let it go all the way back out, and then pull the trigger again. It was, similar situation. Not as nice a gun, but similar situation.
Yeah, and what's cool about this is I got a buddy of mine that works at a shop. He's like, hey, we just got this gun in for consignment. I'm like, I'll be down there in 2 hours because it's a 2-hour drive. And so I went down there, I picked it up, and I already had some money at that shop anyway, so I didn't have to. So they had $200 for me because I had another gun on order that I put to this gun. And so I walked out of the door like 4:30, I think it was, right around that. And then I already have a pawn shop that would buy my current concealed carry, which is M&P 9C, for $400. So basically, I'm swapping guns for $30.
Damn.
So, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And I like this. It's a little bit heavier, but the way because it's a hammer gun, most guns will take and won't cover anything back here because they're striker fired. But because this is a hammer gun, it covers the holster comes back and covers that hammer. And the issue, since I have Dunlap sides, I have love handles, is I would always have issues, on the sights and stuff back here, and my fat would be digging into it. So this holster takes care of that because all this is nice, rounded, and molded. So.
Very nice. I understand the whole Dunlop disease thing. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I took it to the range, and I started putting some home defense rounds down it, and then I put some of my reloads down it, and the chamber is a little too short for my reloads, so I'm going to check out my new batch, and if so, I'll just run my new stuff. But I went and I got it locked up on a round, so I started beating the crap out of it, and I already have a few marks on the back end of the gun from trying to beating it open. Oh well. it's a concealed carry gun. It's going to have more scratches than that. So, and it's an aluminum gun, so it's no worries. I have some blue stuff. I'll probably just take and I don't know. I may do something to that. I don't know. I don't care. It's a gun. It's a tool. So I feel better to have 14 plus 1 instead of 12 plus 1 rounds. So 2 more rounds.
Well, see, I guess I could see the 2 more round thing. Me personally, I'm stuck with 10 round mags no matter what, so I just prefer 40. Not that I can carry concealed, because that would be illegal because I do not have a permit, but
Right. I mean, if I lived in a state, if I had your situation, I would carry the biggest caliber I could possibly conceal. So if it'd be 40, absolutely. If I went with a full-size frame, I'd be carrying a 45.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, unfortunately, fucking 30S is not on the list anymore, and trying to find somebody here in California to sell you one is like near impossible.
Is that a 45?
Yeah, the Glock 30S. It's got the 36 slide, but with the 30 frame, the 30 SF frame. Obviously, the upper part of the frame has been brought in to be able to match up with the slide, the 36 slide. So it's thinner on top, but it's still got some bulk to it on the bottom.
I know it's not on the list, but let's say I have one of those, which I don't. But let's say I had one of those, and you wanted to buy it from me. Could I ship it in there since it's used?
I'm pretty sure that if you ship it used, because I can buy it used, but I believe it has to be already in the state. So,
That's such.
Yeah. So I don't know.
It's bullshit anyway. But.
So yeah, and it's all bullshit. But I'm happy with my Glock 23. It shoots good. I had a good time shooting it. I put some rounds through it. Well, crap, shit, it's been over about a month ago now since G-Webs has been down here. I need to go shooting again.
For some weird reason, I always thought you were from the northern part.
No, I'm in
SoCal. Yeah, and then I realized that you were in southern.
I've been in the southern, more communist version of California for a long time. So
how's it going, Knives?
Knives is here.
All right then.
We just heard like music to a sad chick flick. Are you like sitting there with a thing of Rocky Road ice cream, just watching like sad movies? Oh, he's probably having trouble. That's probably just interference. You might want to just refresh or jump out and then jump back in, Knives. Because
he's taking your advice.
Well, I hope so. So football season getting ready to start. Yay, football.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't even know it was college started this weekend until my Facebook started blowing up with scores and stuff from acquaintances, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't even care.
It's okay. My Tennessee Vols are rated 9. They're ranked 9 out of 25 right now.
The Vols?
Yeah, Tennessee Vols. But I don't know. Tennessee, that's right.
I'm surprised because usually they don't.
Oh, they like the last few years they'll start off rated, but then like within a couple of weeks they fall right off the board. They won their first game though. Yay! But they barely won it.
Right?
It was 20-13. They were playing, I believe, Appalachia. So they're not a rated team. So it's not very impressive. Although Bama beat the shit out of USC, 52-6.
Well, USC ever since Pete Carroll's like, yeah, you guys are about to get a whole bunch of shit, not shit, but a whole bunch of
Shit's a good
sanctions.
word for
I'm
it.
going to leave.
Yeah, because he wanted to get out before he got caught.
Of course.
Fucking, yeah, they're not doing so hot. But Saban, who went to USC and then they fired him because he wasn't doing any good, goes back and wins the national championship with Alabama, and then comes back and stomps them. It's fucking hilarious.
Let's see. Notre Dame almost beat is playing Texas right now.
Oh, I hope not. My roommate's a big Longhorn fan. That would be hilarious.
It's 21-14 Texas. Tennessee beat Appalachian State. Louisville destroyed Charlotte. Stanford beat Kansas State. Michigan State beat Furman. Baylor over Northwestern State. We already talked about Alabama, USC. Clemson barely beat Auburn. Wow. 19-13 was a touchdown. Houston beat Oklahoma. University of Houston beat Oklahoma 33-23.
I guess okay is not so okay.
Ooh, Wisconsin beat LSU by 2.
That's awesome.
Ohio State over Bowling Green. Michigan destroyed Hawaii. TCU over South Dakota State. Washington over Rutgers. A&M over UCLA. That's an upset. UCLA was 16th, ranked 16th, and they got beat 31-24. Iowa beat Miami of Ohio. Georgia over North Carolina. Oklahoma State over Southeast Louisiana. Oregon over UC Davis. Florida beat Massachusetts. Tomorrow, Ole Miss and Florida State.
Go Ole Miss. I'm not a big fan of Florida State.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Thursday. Thursday is the opening game. It's going to be Denver and Carolina for the opening NFL game for Thursday night. So that's going to be interesting. Super Bowl revisited, supposedly. They do that. I like how they do that. They have the Super Bowl competitors play against each other.
So, what was that?
Carolina and Denver are playing the first game of the season for the NFL.
Oh, okay.
Like the first regular season game. And it's Thursday night. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, I like that they do that because it's like, hey, okay, this is, the two people playing for the Super Bowl last year, and obviously one won and one lost. So now it's like they get them back together as a rematch, but unfortunately all it carries is bragging rights. It's like,
Right.
Because it's the first game. But it's a good way to open it. Oh, shit.
Agreed.
Well, I guess maybe Knives isn't taking our advice. He just jumped out. Oh, man.
Stop that.
Sorry. I didn't know you could hear me.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. See, I'm hitting my mute button, and I guess it's just not working.
CZ100. What the hell?
CZ100?
PO, yeah. It's a P100 here.
That's not. Oh, it's their striker fired.
I didn't even know they had a striker fired.
Well, it was only a matter of time.
I don't know.
Everybody else is jumping in on it.
Let's see. Products, new. I don't know. I just love the look of a hammer-fired gun.
I guess now I got to remember to unmute myself that way. Hammer fire guns are cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a huge fan of 1911, and I like the Beretta 92, and even the CZs are looking good. Like I like the CZ75B. I like the classic. It's almost. I like those guns. They're cool guns. But I gotta admit, striker fires now they're pretty cool too. So, I mean, a Glock is a Glock is a Glock is a Glock. But some of the other designs, like the Walther P99, the Walther PPQ, the MMP, they're okay. But I like the look of the SIG 320. And really, I think that a couple of the FMs are pretty cool, and I like the MMP compacts. But other than that, although that CZ100 was pretty cool looking.
Just something about hammer-fired guns. I still have an M&P, and I'm gonna keep it. That's my nightstand gun. But just something about these, I just freaking love them.
They're good-looking guns. They're good-looking guns. There's nothing wrong with that. That's cool, and they're very functional too. So.
It's a tried and true. I mean, it's a tried and true gun. The PO1 is a Glock 19 size because caught it that time.
Yay!
But you can get a full 3 fingers on it.
Yeah.
So, whereas on the M&P, you'd grab it and your pinky would be sitting on the base pad.
Well, of course, you had the extended mag in it.
Right, which I had two of them.
Finger grip.
Well, that's what I had. I'll show you.
I got medium-sized hands. I don't have big hands, so.
I'm always chambering the same round over and over, and then every couple months I take and I replace. As I go out to the range, I'll pull my magazine, pop all my rounds out, put it with practice mags, and then sit there and load it, and I'll shoot that first round out of it.
Oh, that's cool.
So I'll be back.
Right on. I'll be here.
Yeah. So.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh shit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Damn it! I thought I fixed it.
So. All of my MMP mags, I have the extended base plate on them.
Oh, very nice.
So if you look, I mean that's
Barely on there.
barely on there, and it's moving. That's the one thing I don't like. It sits there and it moves, and it feels weird. And then of course doing a mag change, I'm not used to opening my hand like this to do a mag change. So I do a mag change, and the magazine doesn't move because
Yeah.
that. So I said no. So this one's going to be sold with 3 more mags, a Bravo concealment holster, and a mag pouch for these.
So you're gonna sell it?
Yeah. I got to pay for the other gun.
Yeah, that's true.
Thing is I wasn't carrying this gun very much because it just the holster I had for it. I mean, it just, as I said, this is the side to you. It just hurts. That sharp corner.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm like, no, I didn't like it at all. So I wasn't really wearing it very much. So yeah, I'm gonna end up selling it, and I wore this one all day yesterday and today, and comfy. So yeah, so that one's gonna be sold probably Tuesday, maybe.
Right on.
Yep. Hopefully, whenever I go to the pawn shop, they're gonna give me a different price than what they initially gave me. They said 400, and I'm gonna try it for 450 with these. I mean, Bravo concealment. These are about $150 total together. So we'll see.
Well, good luck on that. If they're gonna give you 400 for the gun with 3 mags, did you tell them it comes with the holster and then the mag
Yeah.
pouch?
Yeah.
That's probably why they said 400.
I mean, around here, people don't like. I mean, they conceal carry, but they don't like. You know, I don't know. Usually, whenever it's at a gun store and it's like used gun and comes with holsters, they're like, I don't want holsters. So.
Well, yeah, I can see that. Well, good luck. Hopefully you get the asking price. Because the gun comes with 2 mags, right?
Originally, yeah. And then the
Right,
mags
yeah.
are, I think I got them when they were like right around 30 a piece.
Okay, then you got the holster and the mag carrier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're probably valuing the gun at probably $300 and everything else thrown in on top.
Oh no, the gun right now. Let's see what the gun broker is. I don't want to see a 3. Right now on gun brokers, $429.
For a used one or a new one?
Doesn't say if it's new or used.
Oh, okay. So you probably get 400. But if you can schmooze them and all that good stuff.
I dated the girl that works there, and I go in there. We're great terms. I go in there quite a bit. So, yeah. I mean, if you get a new one, they're $5.29.
Oh, okay, so yeah, that's not bad. So yeah, you probably but they got to make a profit too. They got to sell it.
Right.
So they might just trade you even for the gun, since for the CZ, right? Because you're selling it to compensate for the CZ.
Yeah, I mean the CZ I bought from different.
Different place.
A different shop, right?
I got you. Am I muted? No. Damn it! I think my computer's just a piece of crap. I just did a bunch of updates last night. Microsoft's like, we got a bunch of updates for you. And I'm like, well, shit, you're going to fucking do it anyway. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, I hate. I mean, I was going to be so happy just staying with Windows 7, but then they're like, oh, we're going to upgrade you, and you can't exit out of this.
Yeah, it's like you're going to get it no matter what.
Yeah, it's like, why do I have to? It's stupid.
Because they say so, evidently.
Right. Oh, you bought this, you're happy with this, but we're going to force you to do this other thing. Well, I don't want that other thing. We're going to force it on you. I'm like, well, it's my computer. I like it the way it is. Well, we're going to force this on you.
So, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. We know what's best for you. Trust us. So, wait a second. I've heard that line before.
Right. Okay. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Damn it! Maybe if I hit a different button. No. Well, actually, I guess maybe I should try uploading the software to this thing again. Because before, it wasn't set up for this type of computer, and I've just been plugging it in and going with it, but oh well. I just got to remember to mute myself again.
Or you could be like me and just not care and just make sure I stay quiet whenever.
Yeah, I just don't want to start echoing and stuff like that.
I run headphones, so.
Well, yeah, I'm running headphones too, but if the mic's open, then again, yeah, okay, I can see where. I don't know. I keep testing. Like whenever I hear people echoing, I click mine, and I'm like, no, it's still echoing, so it's not me.
Right.
But now this isn't working. I think it's just the connection or something. Because the updates before, I could just hit the button and it would be cool. So I think it's the updates. I think I might actually have to reload the fucking disc that came with the headphones. Make the software work. Actually, bad idea. Let's try that.
So there's a meme that I saw today. Hold on. See if I can't find it. Wrong password.
If it's Instagram, I'm not going to be able to see it.
No, it's on Facebook. Shit. I hate Facebook. I hate Facebook. I hate Facebook.
So, let's see. 3D Builder app. I don't have 3D.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen real quick.
Right here.
Can you see that?
1 second. Yeah, hold on. Hold on a second. I gotta wait for the damn bar to move out of the way.
All right. Dang, it's 8:30. This day flew by, and like the past, in like the past 2 hours, I'm like, it's like time has stood still for some weird reason.
Freaking. Let's see. Here.
Stop screen sharing. There we go.
Setup. Yes. Ooh, it looks like it's taking down this.
Let's see which one's going to be dropped off. 78. It's going to be dropped off.
What? Does not support this platform, so I think I got screwed. Oh well, they still work good as headphones. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Damn it. Yep, I tried to download the disc again, still doesn't support disc. Which is stupid because they know what kind of, I told them what kind of system was on my OS. And so well.
Let's see. So that's going to be dropped. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8.3. Wow. That hurt.
What?
I'm getting major reverb.
What about now?
You sound weird.
Give me scores. My headphones aren't working right now because I tried to switch ports.
Wow.
There we go. Now I'm back to headphones. How do I sound out?
Normal. So it looks like that if my classifier from yesterday was as high as I think it is, and all my calculations are correct, come the 15th, I'm going to be a master in USPSA.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. The thing is, I haven't been practicing, so yeah, it's weird. It's like I'm getting better not practicing. Because I'm going and I'm like, oh, I don't care how I do because I haven't been practicing. And I've been shooting lights out.
That's probably because when it's practice, it's not practice, so you don't have that it's a competition thing stuck in your head.
Uh-huh. Well,
So
something I was noticing whenever I was dry firing a lot, whenever I get to the range and competitions, I would do a double tap, meaning one sight picture and 2 shots. But because I'm not dry firing, I am not doing the double tap. I'm actually waiting for my sights to settle, and it may take an extra 0.0 or maybe an extra tenth, maybe. But I'm getting a lot higher scores.
well, then there you
my
go.
time isn't much slower than it normally would be. And yeah, I mean, I know it. And I also noticed that last several times I was shooting, I started using grease instead of oil on my slide. And I noticed that I could physically feel my slide moving slower with the oil or with the grease over the oil. And it's like I could pick up my front sight quicker because it's cycling a little bit slower. It's really weird.
No, it makes sense because if it's moving slower, you can follow it easier. I guess I don't know. I think I know what you're saying. I can understand that. It's kind of like the difference between shooting 45 and 9mm or 45 out of 1911 or like a Glock 9. It's a slower, more rolling recoil. It's like a choke, so you can get back on target faster. Whereas with a 9mm, there's more pop. So since there's a quick pop to it, it takes time for the gun to settle back into position. Yeah, I'm thinking.
Yeah, but what's weird is, I mean, before, whenever I was using the oil, it was cycling fast, and I could feel it. I guess I'm maybe. The only thing I can think of is whenever I was cycling faster, once it would lock up, the muzzle would probably dip a little bit. And since the slide is actually moving slower, I don't think the gun is dipping as much. Or it may not be dipping at all.
That's a good point. What gun are you using for your competition?
CZSP01 Shadow. Okay. That's the reason I went to this Shadow, because I have that one, and I have a CZSP01 for my practice gun and my dry fire gun, and I have so many CZs that I shoot with. Why be all comfortable with that and then grab a Smith & Wesson if my life depends on it?
That makes sense.
Whenever I could grab this gun and everything is exactly the same, everything, as the guns I put thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds through, so I could sit there and probably point shoot this better than I could that Smith & Wesson, because everything just feels the same.
Well, yeah, you're used to the controls of it, so it would make sense. It's the same control system. Yeah. The same control set. So they say you fight like you train. So if you are practicing constantly and you're shooting CZs constantly, when you go into a defensive situation, it only makes sense that your body's going to react to the gun as if it's a CZ because you shoot it.
Like I'm thinking one time coming up, maybe next, I don't know, sometime. I'm thinking about using this gun, and I have 5 magazines, so I'm thinking about running this gun as in competition, see how it shoots.
You're probably going to be you might be a little bit slower on it. Yeah. I don't know. You might be a little bit faster on it too.
I'll be slower on it just because there's no fiber on the front.
Oh, okay.
It's just a white dot, and I'm thinking about, it doesn't have, look, the rear sights are next to nothing. So I'm going to take them. I'm going to put a little bit of black paint on the rear one. So, and then I'll put probably a fluorescent something on the front to make it really stand out. So, kind of as I snap up, the only thing that draws to my eye is that front white, and it doesn't dilute with the black. This is a 3-dot system right now.
I can see that as being very functional. Are you considering changing out, putting a fiber optic on the front, or?
See, I've thought about it. Well, thing is, even if there's a fiber on it, I'm just doing that because I'm going to be moving it around. I don't want to muzzle myself with a live round.
Oh, why not?
No, I mean, come on. Well, I mean, even if you do have a fiber in here and that fiber breaks, you're still going to have the round hood. So you're still, especially if you're a blacked out rear, you're still going to have something different up front than normal. So I'm actually thinking possibly swapping that out and then putting in my my other rear sight and see.
Well, yeah, that'd be something to try. I mean, oh crap, who makes the TFOs or the TFXs?
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Let's see. It's TrueGlow.
Yeah, TrueGlow. I think like a blacked out rear with like a TFO or TFX on the front, because then you have the tritium insert with like a fiber optic around it.
Mm-hmm. And really, the only reason I want anything else up there is to draw my sight. But the only thing is the TFOs, they have, I mean, everything is fiber. So it sucks.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess it's the TFXs that have the tritium and the fiber optic surrounding it, or?
Yeah. But they also have a rear.
Oh, okay. I can see what you mean. And you can't just buy a front sight; you have to buy a matching set.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a pain in the ass.
So that's what sucks, is because you have rear. I mean, it's a 3-dot system. Well, I don't like a 3-dot system. I like blacked out rear because that's what I've shot with for years, and that brings your eye. Because I mean, think about it, if you're let's say 3 to 5 yards away, I'm gonna be looking at the person. As soon as I see fiber, I'm pulling the damn trigger. So yeah. I don't want to possibly see one of these fibers, think I'm on target, and my muzzle to be way off in somewhere else.
Well, see, and that's one of the things I don't like about same color in the front and the back, because I do like 3-dot sights. That's where I'm like, yeah, like green and red, or something that's a dramatic contrast to each other. Like the green and red definitely stands out. But
still, I mean, in a defensive situation, and because I shoot so much, as soon as I see that red and something that close, I'm going to be, popping rounds already. So, I mean, and it's not just because I'm seeing red; it's because I'm seeing something other than black. So if I come here and I see this fiber or something like that, I don't want to be pulling the trigger just seeing this fiber. I want to make sure I have that front one lit up.
What about XS big dots? They have smaller dots, but I don't know if they make them for CZs.
Hang on.
Oh, they do. Look at that.
PO1. But then again,
it comes with that,
don't
like the dot the eye thing.
Right.
So, but you could use those. You could use those with a blacked out rear sight too.
if
Just
I get the
unfortunately-
if I get the right rear sight.
Well, you could mix and match too.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I would have to get the correct rear sight to be able to have the the blacked out rear, and having this as my front, and having everything impact correctly. So I would have to then do.
XS doesn't make just blacked out rear.
No.
See, I don't like the Doppy eye system. I never really been a fan of it.
Then I have some aluminum grips. I love these aluminum grips.
And I've never tried them, so I couldn't say either way.
They're super thin. I can do this. Have a adjustable rear sight that's black,
Oh, okay.
so I can do this. But the only thing is, if I ever need to do something and rack off this,
You're gonna throw your sights off.
I mean, it shouldn't, but I wouldn't want to be doing that all the time, you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want an adjustable rear sight.
No, not for a
So-
defensive handgun.
Right. So I'm just going to try with the paint right now because that's going to be the cheapest.
Well, you could leave. You could possibly leave the, like you said, paint the rear side blade that you have on there right now, and then go from there. You know.
Oh yeah. I want to take and put black on the rear, and then the white. I was like, what the heck? The white, you can see, isn't very bright.
No, it's not.
So
Streak that out there and put like a neon color
yeah,
in there.
do something. Yeah, this gun had about 20 rounds through it.
Just get the Mepro Light True Dot. You don't like 3 dot, but
Meprolite.
yeah, they're $70 on Amazon, and they got the CZ logo on them. They usually come on factory guns when they come with night sights.
Hell.
Oh, okay. Those are actually pretty cool.
But then again, I don't want the rear sight. I guess I could just swap out the front, paint the back, I should say.
Yeah, they have a Mepro Light front for $38 for CZ75, 85, or SPO1.
Do you have that link?
I'm looking at it on my phone, but I can find it.
Oh, this one right here,
Which one's
front
that?
sight only.
That's for a Glock.
Yeah, that's a Glock
Oh,
one. Now the one I'm looking at has the CZ logo on the top of it, and it's like the one you press in the front. Yeah, there it is. So you just get that and a blacked out rear.
I could take
There you
my own right now and just black it out.
Truly. You just fucking put that front on.
Genius. Moon, what would we do without
Oh my God, ITAR! It's an ITAR product. We don't intend to export this product. I understand that this protect regular by internet. Oh my God! Really?
So what does that mean for you?
Nothing. I just say that I'm not going to export it.
Okay, well, then don't export it.
I'm not sharing, right?
No.
I stopped sharing.
Yes, you stop sharing. Hola, Mr. Knives. What's going on?
You guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yes. Sweet. I have Amazon card credit, so I'm going to get it for $12.81.
Nice.
Beautiful.
All right. It's ordered. Thanks.
Yep.
Again, what would we do without Mr. Moon?
That's President Moon to you.
President Moon? When did you get promoted?
Yeah, I'm liking it. The chamber in this gun is extremely short, so the rounds I had were not. They weren't chambering. The rounds I made up, I should say.
Oh, that could be a problem with like golden sabers or something like that. But
Well, no, not with. I'm using these HSTs, and they chamber just fine. I
okay.
put maybe 30 rounds down it of this yesterday, and I was just going to, make sure that my own rounds would go down it because, that's what I would be practicing with. But they don't. So I'm going to, at least the ones I have, the majority of mine. So I'm going to go ahead and crack this open and see if my new ones will chamber. Damn, it's stiff.
Well, you said it only had like 20 rounds before you got it. You put another 30 through it, so.
Yeah.
Anybody see Yankee's video on why he doesn't think the PX4 would be a good duty/combat gun?
The PX4, really? I
Yeah,
love
well,
that gun.
Oh, he does. He says it'd be a great carry gun, but not a good duty or combat gun. And I think he's assuming duty and combat related will be the same thing. When I think duty firearm, I think of something that I would wear on my bat belt back when I carried one. So I'm like, I'm not going to be taking it apart in the field there. I'm going to be using it as a duty. See, I keep going back to that as a sidearm for my job. Where, as in combat, I can see where he's saying that too many parts and all that stuff in the sand would probably be a bad thing, but I separate the two myself. I didn't know if anybody else did. Hey Moon, is that gray Glock 19 of yours a Vickers or?
No. Just a Gen 4.
I do like the look of the gray. I also like the look of the FTE frame too. So, or is that an OD green?
That's FDE.
Okay, yeah.
All right, let's see if this chambers. Shit, I don't think it does. How high that is.
Yeah, why?
How big a projectile?
Why so high?
Yeah, how big is a projectile?
It's 125 grain.
Trim your case, it's shorter.
No, I think it's engaging the rifling.
Oh, fuck.
Huh?
Send that shit back to CD.
Yeah, because there's. So yeah, ever so slightly.
Now, are you casting those bullets yourself?
No, these are bought. But yeah, it's definitely. Oh, I'll have to mic these chambers and see how deep they are. If so, I got a buddy that has a reamer. I may have to borrow from him. Ream out the barrel ever so slightly, or the chamber, I should say.
Yeah, but wouldn't that cause like a decrease in performance?
Nah, not really.
What's new, Moon?
Whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. You guys got any plans for tomorrow, or? For me, it's just work, but.
Man, allergies.
Now people are starting to come over into the real chat room. Or did Smeggy close his lobby down?
What's up, guys?
Not much. How you doing, Hottie?
Doing good, doing good. Thanks.
Or did Smeggy close his chat room down?
Nah, they're over there talking motorcycles right now.
Gotcha.
Night Prowler over there?
Yeah. Yep, most definitely. Night Prowler and I think Clay's still over there. And, you know, Bob, he's the motorcycle guy, so. Talking enduros.
Well, he just got himself a 690 something or other. I don't know.
Say it again. Did you say Night Prowler?
Yeah, Night Prowler just got himself a, what is it, some kind of enduro 690.
Yeah, I've seen I saw it when he was showing it, just in video on a chat. And pretty nice bike. Very nice bike.
I guess he took a bunch of MREs over to Hosh. So he rode down there, meet up with him. Oh, did he, oh shit, never mind. If I'll see him, I'll ask him. Back to guns. So, Howdy, you bought any new guns?
No. I'm still waiting on my replacement upper to come in from PSA. I did go yesterday. Yesterday or the day before, I forget. They're all running together right now. I did go out and buy 20 brand new USGI mags from
Palmetto State?
Who was it? Palmetto State? Yep.
Dude, I ordered some of those GI mags. they're great. Yeah. I got 20 of them there. I got 15 of them still in saran wrap here. Yeah, I'm good with mags. I have enough mags to shoot a lot and never have to get any more for the rest of my life.
Yeah,
Mags.
I'm not even there, but after this 20, I think I'm good. And I'm just going to move on to ammo.
Yep.
That's kind of where I'm at. Unless another gun pops up, but I really gotta bear down and do the ammo thing.
Yeah, I need to. I was gonna reload, but then I got lazy tonight, so I was gonna reload some more 5.56 or 2.23.
Right on. Yeah, I've been lazy for fucking days, so don't feel bad about that. Any competition lately for you?
Yeah, I did one yesterday.
How'd that go?
We run through twice. I got 4th and 5th out of it.
Right on. How many?
There was
How many
like
guys?
40 some odd total
You're doing good, Foos.
internal. Yeah, on 2 of the stages I beat a grandmaster, but if my calculations correct, the 15th, whenever they refresh the or update our scores, if all of my scores get sent in, I should be a master. So that'd be cool.
Most definitely.
Yeah, and I haven't been practicing much as of lately, and it's kind of cool, but it's scaring the shit out of me. So I just need to.
I'm sorry,
I think I need to learn.
I'm sorry you said you haven't. You haven't.
I haven't
so
been
much?
practicing.
Oh.
Practicing. And since I haven't been practicing, my shooting has actually improved. So I guess I've been practicing wrong or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, I really need to go ahead and take some classes or take a class and learn how to practice more efficiently.
And is there classes around you that, I mean, because you're already at a high level of shooting.
I'm at a higher level of shooting, yeah. I am. Let's see, if I could go up to Kansas City, and I really need to go up there. I'm trying to figure out a weekend to do that. So maybe drive up there on a Thursday, train with them on Friday, Saturday, and then come back on Sunday or something. So I don't know.
What's up in Kansas City?
That's where Tim Herron is. He's a GM shooter for SIG.
Oh, cool.
So I need to see what his match schedule and stuff like that is for October time frame.
And does he specialize in what you're going to train for?
Yeah, he's a GM shooter, Grandmaster shooter. He shoots mostly 1911s, but I'm going to try to figure out where I'm at, what do I need to work on over the winter, and how my practice is, and really just bounce a lot of stuff off of them, and see what I'm thinking. I see in my shooting is actually correct or not.
Right.
So I can shoot. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's almost like you're gonna go see a coach for a weekend, and.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the coach will probably be about $500 for 2 days, but
You're gonna take away every bit you put into it, though.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's cool, though.
I gotta send a message to him.
So what else is going on out there? You buy anything heavy? What'd you get lately?
Nope. I was given 100 rounds of 147 grain Winchester SXTs from a friend of mine. So,
Good
so
friend.
well, you know, friends do things. You know, he had ammo. He doesn't have a 9mm, but he had like any more. And he's like, I got this ammo, and I'm like, cool, thanks. So yeah, saved me a little bit of money right there. Yeah, mostly everything I've been buying lately has been ammo. So
Now, have you been buying local, or you been doing the online thing?
local for the most part. The last big purchase, like when I bought for my Glock 23, I did that online, and that's because I got like 500 rounds for like $106. So
And how did the online thing work out for you? I mean, was it
works out fine. Just put in your order, and they deliver it to my doorstep.
right on?
For the time being, January 1, I'm pretty sure that's going to change.
Yeah. Fuck that. Shit.
What was that?
Yeah. Oh, he just stating his opinion on California's new laws.
That they're highly unconstitutional?
Isn't that just all of them? Just generally speaking, if you're in California, you're getting fucked.
Well, it's not every. It's not just not California. It's every state.
Right.
Man, that article there, where Buddy was talking about there will be no confiscation, you will hand them over. Have you guys read that one? That was pretty interesting. I mean, I get that he was being a bit hyperbolic, but it was pretty true.
Well, I haven't seen it, but
It was basically talking about, like, do you really think that the NSA doesn't know about that gun that you paid for in cash and this, that, and the other thing, and talking about how, well, we were so holding on to the Second Amendment, we let the Fourth Amendment slip, and talking about civil asset forfeiture, how, like, taking kids if you don't give over your guns, and, like, seizing your assets and shit. And a lot of people pointed out the flaws in it, but, I mean, it's not like they wouldn't try to do that. And I never really thought of it that way, so it was an interesting read. I'll put it in the side chat, but it's...
I'm not sure they have the manpower to start going door to door. And
No, his idea was that they will never ever end up going door to door. What they will simply do is they know what guns you have based on like the NSA leaks and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They basically said they're gonna just give out letters, and then if they don't give out letters, oh great, now your bank accounts are frozen, and CPS is coming to get your kids because you have dangerous firearms. We can't let you have your kids around there, and oh maybe your house is now being used in the commission of a felony, so here comes civil asset forfeiture and this, that, and the other thing.
nice.
Yeah, they're basically because you won't give up your rights, your Second Amendment rights. They're going to go ahead and use that to strip you of everything you own.
Yeah, because they know that they can't fight you in a gunfight, so they're just like, okay, time for attrition. I mean, it's not wrong, but the big flaw in his whole point is once that first letter goes out, you want to tell me that 1, maybe 2 million people aren't just going to instantly, go open up the safes that they've been fucking waiting for their entire lives to go do this? Like, that subset definitely exists.
Well, I mean, bank accounts are going to start getting shut down. People are going to start doing everything with cash.
Gold and silver.
Well, no, the big one for me, I think that it affected most people was the whole Child Protective Services thing. I
Hey,
think that
Tyler.
would affect a lot of people if they ever did that.
Hey, are you on a PC right now?
I am on a PC right now.
Can you throw that link in the,
It is
in the
inside
lobby?
chat. Oh, in the lobby? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lobby.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's on his Hottie's on his phone, so he doesn't get the internal.
I jump back and forth because I don't have a wireless headset yet, so I'm either plugged into the computer or plugged into the phone.
I'm plugged in the computer. I just have a really long cord.
Yeah, I'm always in and out.
But yeah,
I'm a smoker, so.
The guy who wrote the article literally said that he was trolling, like, with the tone of it, but I know it poses some pretty interesting ideas of what they.
Well, I mean, it's
just as concepts.
Well,
just having a different viewpoint of things.
Okay, I haven't even opened the link, but Foos, wasn't alloutdoor.com one of the ones who was trying to push the nitrocellulose scare?
Well, the thing is, that actually was a scare. I mean, and that actually happened. It came out in.
What was the deal with that?
June one?
What was the deal with that? I heard a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, it was the outdoor or something. They just published the letter from the ATF that came out in June saying that wetted nitrocellulose would be considered a hazmat, and you had to have certain criteria, because if it dries out, it retains its explosives characteristics. Well,
okay.
What happened is they're saying, because whenever it does dry out, it retains its properties. It's even the wetted stuff is now considered hazardous material. And
the ATF retracted it.
Right, and I was about to say they retracted it on the 31st or 1st.
Well, because
powder.
Well,
right,
because the guys in the industry got together with the ATF and talked it over with the ATF, and that's what caused the overturn. Because, I mean, it was just what they were asking. I guess was just ridiculous, from what I know.
Yeah, I mean, nitrocellulose is in powder, but once it's in the powder form, it's no longer considered an explosive. Whenever it's in its pure form, that's when it would be in its wetted form, I should say. That's when it would have been considered an explosive, and all these powder manufacturers would have had to upgrade their facilities to handle this as an explosive instead of just a regular component.
Right, but the ammo manufacturers were able to get together with the ATF and before they were to set some sort of rule like that, and before the manufacturers had to go out and do all that extra stuff. I mean, that's kind of interesting to me that they actually were able to come together, and the ATF was like, all right, yeah, we're going to retract that, and we may revisit it later, but we're not going to do that right now. Yeah.
So I'm not 100% certain if I understand this. So there is like you could buy wetted nitrocellulose under the similar pretenses as like a miner could buy a wine kit because it wasn't technically the finished product.
It was only for manufacturers as well.
Right. Because once the wetted whatever gets made into or mixed with the other components to become smokeless gunpowder, the smokeless gunpowder is exempt under this.
Oh, okay.
But in its pre-form, before it gets mixed with everything and becomes smokeless powder, that is when... Yeah, so the distributors and everything would be fine. Reloaders would be fine. It's the ammo manufacturers...
Yeah.
...would have to... Or not manufacturers, the ammo... the powder manufacturers would have the issue.
So yeah, that'd be it's sort of like talking about how they have to have a special license for potassium nitrate, but not for gunpowder.
May I?
Right.
Okay.
Won't prices go back up like that?
Well, I mean, it would, but right now the ATF has backed away from it. But yes,
I'm just saying.
What would happen is all domestic manufacturers of powder would be in non-compliance with the law, so they'd be breaking the law, and they'd probably have to, if they got caught, they'd have to cease production until they were able to build the facilities to house this hazmat material.
Now where is
So-
the ammunition made that our law
What they
enforcement-
probably did is go, if you do that, you guys are going to run out of bullets really fast. And they said, oh yeah, we'll back off.
That's exactly what I was just
Yeah,
going to say. Well, where is
exactly.
most of their ammunition made? Is it made here? I mean, are they buying it from
Well-
China? You know?
Well, no, it's not the ammunition; it's the powder.
No,
So,
I'm
let's
talking
say-
about the guys who are trying to enforce it.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not the ammunition. We're talking about the powder component only.
Right.
So
because
let's say military, let's say military. Elliot, everyone gets it from Lake City. Let's just say Lake City supplies all the military and all the police. Okay. Lake City makes its own powder. Okay. That means that if everything goes into effect, and the government would go to Lake City and say, "You're not handling this correctly," Lake City would have to cancel or quit making powder until they update their facilities to handle the nitrocellulose, the wetted nitrocellulose. Could they go out and buy it from other companies while they're building theirs? Yes, but it will greatly reduce the amount of ammunition that they would be able to produce.
So
And that's
how
totally-
crazy is like nitrocellulose without the additives to make it smokeless? Like, is it?
I don't know. I didn't read and see what kind of explosives nitrocellulose in an unwetted format is.
I was gonna say because it would have to probably only be like a low explosive, so it probably wouldn't be. Like, what was the law like that was going to be passed that the companies would have to go through?
They were trying to reclassify it as a high explosive.
Oh,
But basically, anything over 100 pounds would be considered a high explosive in its wetted form.
interesting.
So yeah, basically anything. I mean, that would be, the people who make the wetted nitrocellulose, they'd have to have it. All your shipping containers that would be holding it would have to have hazmat placards on it, which your drivers would have to be hazmat certified, which cost more. They wouldn't be able to go through certain cities because certain hazmats can't go through densely populated cities, especially explosives. You couldn't take it on rail. You couldn't do a lot of other things that you currently can do. And then whenever it gets to the powder manufacturer, they would have to store it different. So you're going to be adding all that overhead from the manufacturer of the component of gunpowder to the actual mixture of the gunpowder. You'd have to add all that overhead, and the suppliers aren't going to suck it up. So that would have caused us to increase, or that would have caused the ammo manufacturer to increase the price to the distributor, which then they would have put to us or the end user. So ammo would have went up, powder would have went up, everything would have went up because of this.
Well, I guess it's time to start stockpiling batshit and piss and make your own black powder.
No, the whole thing about this is, I mean, it came up and it was squashed, and it's it's good. I mean, there's really not much of a story there. Everybody that you see forwarding links and whatnot,
Yeah, I mean, right now,
fear-mongering, I don't know.
Well, whenever I saw it, I went, I wasn't going to run out and buy anything because I still have 20 plus rifle powder, 20 plus pounds rifle powder, and even more pistols, so I'm good.
I'm pretty sure we were all sitting here when it first came up on gun shows.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
we were.
Yeah.
We were. And we're like, holy shit. And I started reading it, and I'm like, this could be bad. And then the next day I saw the retraction.
Yeah, and because when it first came out, I just sat back and was like, all right, what's the source here? And
right, and I did
Yeah.
go out and look at everything, and And I went back to the ATF and looked at past 30 days, and I didn't see it. But the thing was, it happened 60 days prior, because it came out in June, and it was already in late August. So it was out several months before it hit our ears. But something I thought it was crazy is that Outdoorsman website reported it on the 31st, August 31st. Whenever I saw the retraction letter, the date on it was August 31st. So I'm wondering if I'm kind of wondering if these websites saw the most recent ATF letter and say, "Oh, we could run a story reporting on something that came out 2 months ago."
I have seen that same letter with different dates on it. You did on the right hand side there where it shows the date. I sat there, the other night when we were doing this, and I looked at two of the same letters from different places, and each one had, well, one was the 31st, like you said, and the other one was a different date. So I don't know if somebody went in there and was photoshopping and exactly like you just said there, putting out a story.
Yeah. That is now they backed off of it, and I mean, if you really think about it, all these ammo manufacturers and stuff like that, for the 2 or 3 months, they were not in accordance with the law. I mean, I don't want to say with the law because it's not a law, but with the regulation, I should say.
I want to believe that they were, and that they were already in discussions with the powers that be, and they were all.
Oh, absolutely, they probably were. And it said, whenever I went back and read the original letter, they said if you want to become exempt, right, get a letter from us, basically. So all these ammo like Hornady and Winchester and all the stuff that makes all this crap could go out and possibly get a
exemption or something.
Yeah, thank you, exemption.
Yeah, I mean, so anybody out there listening, if you haven't heard already, the sky's not falling. Do what you've been doing. Buy ammo the way you've been buying ammo.
Yep.
So potentially Canada has the gunpocalypse coming
Well, it's spreading from California, then.
on now. They're considering the UN's Small Arms Treaty
Ooh.
very heavily, and when I say very heavily, they are considering the whole each individual round of ammunition being identifiable to the end user.
That will be impossible to do.
Well, it'll be impossible to do, but it'll be effectively a ban by red tape.
Yeah, I mean, what would happen is all the ammo manufacturers, oh God, that would be logistically impossible because you'd have to put it on the case itself, because that's the only thing that survives the round going off, and have to be close to the head.
Why have to be close to the head?
Because whenever it gets closer to the neck, it gets more and more malleable. And,
Right. Yeah.
And over multiple reloadings, it would basically get fire formed out. So it has to be closer to the head where the brass is stiffer. And then you just have that round, but then you have to have a unique identification number on every piece of brass.
There's not enough numbers, is there?
Well,
you think, let's say CCI here in the U.S. puts out, 2 or 3 million rounds a day? something like that.
You could probably store it in like hexadecimal or something like that.
Still,
I mean, not that I'd ever want to see it occur, but you could probably store it in hexadecimal, and then to meet like the letter of the law as minimum as possible, they could do the like laser engraving like they do for PVC, like just like the laser imprinting of like the numbers just on the surface without actually modifying the metal.
They're basically talking like a
but basically an etch. But still, you'd have to do that for every round, and that would slow down the production so much.
And you don't think that's exactly what that is supposed to do?
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, instead of a company producing, let's say 10 million pieces of brass a day, they may be able to do 1 million pieces of brass because they have to slow it down.
If you thought the 22 scare was bad before.
No shit.
Oh my god, could you imagine?
I mean, they're basically talking about micro-stamping a barcode on each individual.
Yeah.
What's the deal with microstamping? Wasn't that like there would be something inside of the chamber face that would
Micro-stamping
fire
was
form?
a major fail from everything I know.
What they're wanting to do is fire form the or basically have the firing pin have a micro stamp in it. So whenever you go off, it would put it in the fire in the
On the firing
on
pin.
the primer because they said if you reload it, you could have multiple
yeah, that's true.
numbers sitting on the cart on it if it's inside the chamber. But if it's a firing pin, it's always the same. But the thing is you grind that off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you'd think you'd want to have it on the inside of the chamber face, because messing with the chamber face would fuck the gun up, but messing with the firing pin would be easy enough.
Right. But then also, you have a raised portion inside your chamber,
Yeah.
it's not going to extract right. I mean, we can see. Okay. Never mind.
And the other one is every single firearm that enters Canada will have to have a secondary serial number and the Canadian flag inscribed on it, which adds to the price of like every gun, like a $500 flat tax across the board.
Probably because it has to be registered with the UN.
No, that's what I mean. Like that's like the original serial number isn't good enough, so they have to add this second one, and it adds a $500 flat tax across the board that gets sent to the end user, which is great.
Of course.
Now I have a $700 Mosin instead of a $200.
No, you're going to get an SVD, remember?
No, I know, but I'm just using it as an example of a cheap gun.
Or even better, $150 high point.
Oh, I think I'm triggering Robbie. I think I'm triggering Robbie by talking about Canadian politics.
Oh.
I'll be quiet.
Hey, Robbie, I'm almost a master in USPSA. Yesterday I shot if Arizona calculation or AZ calc is correct, I shot a 94.8 or something like that. So. Oops, what hand? Knives, what'd you put? Who's going?
I said, food's going ham. That means good.
Yeah, this, second time I shot through it, that very first stage, okay, the first time I shot through the first stage, it was like just over 5 seconds. Whenever I shot through it the second time, I had it was like 3.6 seconds of turn and all those rounds.
Hey, Foos.
6, 7, 8. Yeah.
You still got an eye problem, right?
What?
Do you still have that eye problem?
No.
So both of your eyes are good?
Yeah. I'm shooting eyes. Yeah, I had contacts before, and I had LASIK surgery back in February to get my eyes corrected. Yeah, They're both 2015 right now.
Lucky bastard.
Yeah. So that was $4,000 of my shooting and gun money for the year. So.
But that's a better life money right there.
Yeah, it's definitely. I could wake up and see just fine. I mean, my eyesight wasn't bad, but I was getting so extremely tired of contacts. So
That's better than paying $17,000.
why would someone want to pay $17,000 for laser
Nah, I had to
surgery?
get Intex.
What?
I had to get Intex.
Ooh. Yeah, that's different. I wish this was as long as a. Okay, I have an upper receiver and lower receiver sitting here. I wish that I could have a gun about that shoots an 5.56 about this long. It's just the receiver put together. I wish.
Wouldn't you want? You gotta have a little more. You're not
Yeah, I
gonna
mean,
get much
maybe
out of
like
that
this
cartridge.
much,
Yeah.
but still. Yeah, I mean, there's no bolt, and no barrel in this. Those are coming early next week.
If you did that, it would have to be like direct. It would have to be a blowback gun.
Yeah.
Unless, I don't know, you could
But yeah,
develop an extremely small gas system.
Yeah. Sorry, my allergies are going crazy right now.
Foosh, do you just have like a massive AK decal on your wall?
Yes, I do.
Yes, AK fathead.
It's I think it's either 46 or 48 inches long.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I got it off of Amazon. It was like mid-30s. So.
It's a life-size picture of Andre the Giant's AK-47.
Yeah, I mean, that's the size of my hand right next to it.
That's awesome.
And I have medium to large hands.
So that's even bigger than rear view or rear window on a truck thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have a picture on my Instagram of a full-size couch right under it. It goes from, well, there's one couch all the way. I mean, it's almost a full-size couch wide. Maybe even a little bit wider.
Yeah, that thing's pretty fucking big.
I like it. And what's funny is some of my female friends are like, "That's hideous," and some other of my female friends are like, "Dude, I wish I had that on my wall." Yeah.
So do the ones that want that on their wall stay longer than the ones who think it's hideous?
Yeah.
Yep.
If they think it's hideous, I'm like, okay, bye. We're not talking anymore. So.
What you do, Foos, is you get a pink one. You put it like underneath it, and then when they come in, they're like, I don't like that one, but the pink one's cute, and then they'll stay.
But you can't just, pull the pink one out and have it just right on hand, because then she's going to think you do that for all the girls.
Yeah, probably. It's a no-win situation in that case.
Ah, fuck it. Just put the pink up and bring a chick home every day. There you go.
Yeah, but then I'd have to look at the pink every day. And that's not going to happen.
Are we still talking about the graphic on your wall or something else?
The graphic on my wall.
And the interaction of chicks when it comes to that graphic on the wall.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind looking at the pink every day, right?
Thank you. Somebody got it.
Oh, don't worry, I got it. I just didn't comment on it.
Yeah, I got it. I just wasn't gonna throw it out there.
I had this girlfriend that would just walk around naked every morning. I was like, okay, I know you're waiting to get dressed, but you really should put some clothes on because you're kind of taking the adventure out of it.
No,
I would not have a
I would
problem.
not say that.
I would not have a fucking problem with. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not a problem.
no problem at all.
Do you know how I know you're gay? You tell your girlfriend to put clothes on. Just mess with you, Clay.
And you listen to Coldplay.
Or Nickelback.
Oh, that's good.
All right, what do you guys think about that Ruger American? That's some pistol.
Oh,
Fuck. Here we go.
I wouldn't know. They're not legally sold here in California.
I've already made my opinion known. So.
I've held one, and I would rather go with the Ruger SR9C, and I would almost rather have a high point than an SR9C.
What? Wow, that's vicious.
What about a Caltech?
Actually, I had an SR9, and I actually shot it really well. I just didn't like the 50 million safeties on it.
All right, so this is right out of Ruger's website. Ruger engineers actually wrote a sophisticated modeling program to achieve the optimum angles for the barrel's cam surface. This allowed the slide to be lighter weight without an increase in perceived recoil.
Except for that it weighs more than any other striker fire gun out there.
Well, you know, if you want to talk about optimal for all that stuff, the Czechs did it in 1975. So just go with a CD75, you'll be good.
But we don't live in the Czech Republic, we live in America.
Yeah, and
CZ USA?
all but one of my CZs say Kansas City, Missouri on the side. Actually, all but two.
There you go, you're a slave to Big Czech.
So evidently Yankee got a flamethrower.
Yes. And he did a commercial for it the other day.
That's exactly what Yankee needs. Jeez.
Yeah, he did a video when he first got it, and explained how his wife was upset with him. And then he did a commercial about alien killer clowns that was kind of funny. Actually, it was very funny.
I guess I haven't seen it. Well, no, I haven't seen it. Is today Saturday or Sunday?
It is Sunday. Tomorrow is Monday. Well, for me, tomorrow is, well, I guess for everybody still, unless you're like in Europe. Tomorrow's Labor Day.
Yeah. And I'm off, and I don't know if I'm going to shoot or actually no, I need to shoot. I know I'll dry fire tomorrow, and I'll continue on my videos of swaging for next week's Reloading the Chat. So,
Didn't we just discuss earlier how dry firing may have been an issue, and by not doing that, you've actually improved your shooting?
yes, but I'm going to be dry firing, and what I need to do is, instead of just doing one sight picture and two rounds, I'm going to get a sight picture every time I touch, when I pull the trigger.
Okay.
So
Foos, when you're dry firing for speed and trying to get that in you, you just said every 2 times you pull the trigger, every 2 times you pull the trigger, you're actually only lining up the sights once, and the other time you're going off the muscle memory?
Well, what it is, it's under dry fire, I can pull the trigger straight back, so my sight picture doesn't change. So since my sight picture doesn't change, you can sit there and just your trigger finger move, basically pull the trigger twice real fast, and it doesn't, and your sight picture doesn't change. But whenever you fire a live round, your sight picture changes, but you're so used to pulling your trigger twice real fast because that's what you've always done, type thing. So instead of just putting my sights out there and pulling it twice real quick, I'm going to pull once and then reconfirm my sight picture and then pull it again. Instead of, oh, there's a sight picture, I can pull the trigger twice and move on. So that's what I'm going to start doing.
And what are you using for your dry fire?
CZ SP01. A full-size gun.
Now, that's hammer fired?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is because it's a double action, single action, after the first round, the first time I pull the trigger and after every mag reload, it is a full trigger pull. And everything after that, it's a dead trigger because I don't let the trigger out all the way to pick up the sear, double action sear.
So you're always shooting on reset?
Yes. But I noticed that I'm starting to pin my reset. Like, basically, I pin the trigger back because I pull the trigger back until I try to basically, touch my finger to the palm of my hand straight back. Of course, I can't do that because you have the frame and everything in the way. And then I'm letting my finger out, and it's feeling like I'm letting it off the trigger to where it's going to reset, and I pull again. And the issue I actually ran into on the very first stage of the match yesterday is I had trigger freeze, which I pulled the trigger straight back, and I thought I let it out, but I didn't let it out enough to catch the reset.
Now, is that what they call short stroking the reset?
Yes.
Okay.
It's also known as trigger freeze because you'll hear a pop, 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 because you didn't let the trigger out far enough to pick up the sear, because you're sitting there constantly pulling it back and it's not doing anything because it's just pinned up against the receiver.
I got you. I can totally see how that would happen, especially when you're competing and going for speed and seconds count. Thousands of seconds count.
I was going to say, thousands count. Like, that first, let's see. Just not limited. Correction. So I was able to do a turn, draw, steal, 2 rounds on 3 separate paper targets, and then a steal again in a 3.64 seconds. The
So
second time.
how many total targets?
It was 5 total targets, 8 total rounds. And that's with the turn and draw. So I had to turn a 180 and get my gun out and fire.
Right.
And I did it. The first time I did it in 5.45, but I had a miss on one target and a trigger freeze. And then the second time I did it 3.64 seconds.
That's good.
Yeah, I was the only one in actually, Brian Callahan did it in 3.9, but he dropped 6 points. Yeah, if the website's correct, that's like a 94.5 or something like that %, and a 95 is a GM classification. So, but that one should kick me up into a master. So we'll have to see on the 15th whenever the scores come out.
And then is the master something that once you achieve, you got it, or is that something you're always fighting to keep?
No, in USPSA, once you get to a classification, you're at that classification until you become like a senior, or you switch age bracket. So there's junior, which I think goes up till 18, I think it is. And then from 18 to 55, you're just normal. 55 to 65 is senior. 65 to 75, I think, is super senior. And there's maybe it's 65 up, or maybe it's 70 or something like that. But then there's a super senior higher up there. So let's say I get to master, and then I quit shooting for 5 years. And then I pick up a gun again, whenever I'm 40, 41 years old. And my skill level will be quite a bit diminished, but I'll still be a master because they don't want someone to get to a master stage or an A stage or a B stage or GM or whatever, and then start shooting poorly on purpose to drop down. And then whenever you shoot major matches and stuff like that, you just destroy your competition.
I gotcha.
Yeah, they don't want sandbaggers, basically.
Well, that's not fun for anybody.
Right.
Well, that's cool.
But
Yeah,
I was hoping that the bad thing is I was hoping to get classified in single stack again before I jump to master. And if I jump to master, I won't be able to get a single stage or single stack classifier in because I don't have a single stack gun. So.
And from where you're at right now, how long would it take you to get to that if you had a single stack?
I only have one more classification to shoot to have a single stack, because I started out in single stack and I had 3 classifiers in 2012, and then I went to production and I only need 4 classifiers to get classified.
Have you thought about borrowing a buddy's gun and shooting it?
I've thought about that.
You have or haven't? Hey, Fu, so what was that? You have or haven't?
Sorry, what was that?
You have or have not considered grabbing a
I,
Marine gun and doing
I,
it?
I have, and a buddy of mine said that I could shoot his, but I don't know. It's borrowing someone else's gun and running it, as fast. I mean, it's really not going to matter because I'm going to be below me anyway because the other three classifiers I'm sitting, like 30s and 40%.
Yeah, I don't really understand the whole structure of it, but I mean,
Okay, hold on.
no, it's all good. I was just thinking if you're coming up on something that you're going to get to and you don't have the opportunity to add something else that you wanted to do before that.
The thing is if I take, and I have a match coming up this on the 11th, a week from today. Thing is that if I go and I shoot single stack there, and I get bumped on the 15th, it's not going to matter. I'm going to be bumped. It's already said and done. So now, if I take and I don't get bumped on the 15th, my calculations are wrong. I may borrow a buddy's single stack for later in the month just to do it. And, I may just go out and buy like 150, 45 rounds and just shoot factory stuff. And just do that and just get classified, and then I don't know, I may see if I can't borrow it for a month and go out and buy 500 or 600 rounds and just shoot it for a month. So.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, I understand the whole thing about borrowing somebody else's gun too, and then running it hard in competition. So.
Okay. Document scans, videos, pictures. Where the hell did I put those? Son of a bitch. Oh, here they are, stages. So. I need to send out an email.
Is somebody actually doing dry fire practice right now?
Oh, sorry. I thought I had you guys.
What's that?
I thought I had you guys on mute.
Oh, it's all good.
Well, Well, guys, I'm gonna bail. I gotta get up early and go to work. So I will talk to you all later.
All right, man. You have a good one.
All right, Heavy.
All right, so
Who's?
okay, so, yeah.
I was just listening to your dry fire. Your dry fire is so different from my kind of dry fire. For bullseye shooting, it's so slow and precise, and we take forever. We go into a stand. It's just a dry fire can take me, I would say, 10 seconds to prepare.
Yeah, it's a totally different game.
Yeah,
I mean, I look at for me, 10 seconds, I could be going through 2 repetitions. If it's like a draw to a single target, I could do 2 of those in 10 seconds.
Yeah, one day I tried to do, somebody pushed me to do one of those IPSC or IDPA matches. Oh, my time was horrible. Oh, it was bad. But everything was no misses. Everything was dead center. I mean, the guy that had the buzzer over my ears was laughing because he says, I'm the first person that came there and I said bullet into bullet. And he's like, you don't have all day to do that, my friend.
Yeah, see, I'm with Marvin. Like, precision shooting is much more gratifying than just running through targets and getting the best time.
Well, the thing is, yeah, we run through targets, but we'll still have snake eyes at like 10 yards, and snake eyes maybe like an inch apart at 10 yards or even less than that, and our splits will be like 0.2, 0.25 seconds.
They're different games. I mean, they're like it's like
Absolutely.
rugby and football. I mean,
Yeah.
they are different.
Yeah,
There are,
games.
but my closest target is 25 yards.
right. Yeah.
Closest target. And I shoot one-handed. So it's offhand precision shooting. It's easier to go. A lot of people say that if you're IPSC or IDP, it's very difficult to go to bullseye shooting or precision shooting, or it's easier to go from bullseye precision shooting to IPSC. Just for you to come to me, to my sport, it would be very difficult because you're used to just put the sight on and press the trigger. It's not even close to that.
Right. I mean, it's just totally different games.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are on 2 different spectrums. I mean, you're running around, you're reacting to what's going on there, and the other you're lining up and you're preparing and you're taking your shot at 25 yards or however long you're shooting at that day.
Right.
That's my understanding, at least. I don't know much about either of them, but
Yeah, it's just both outdoors is 50 yards or 25 yards. So 50 yards, you get 10 minutes to shoot 10 shots at 50 yards, called a long line. And the short line is 2 courses of fire, which is always the same. So it's not like IPSC or IDPA where the course changes from match to match. Our course is the same course all the time. So you know what you're going to go and shoot. You're going to shoot at 25 yards, 5 shots in 10 seconds, then 5 shots in 20 seconds. You know what you're going to shoot, and you know where your target is.
right, it's kind of like I mean, not kind of. I mean, it's the difference between target shooting and practicing for your concealed carry and all those other situations that I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when I shoot, I hold my breath. I mean, you try to shoot guys that are so good at it, shoot, slow down their heart rate. They do everything to just stay as still as possible.
Yeah, like for us, we get finished with the stage and we're huffing and puffing. So
yeah, I bet.
we're sitting there just running around like crazy.
Yeah. But in general, because I started bullseye shooting, my first type of shooting, That made me a better rifle shooter. Now
Yeah.
it has been much better precise because when I'm shooting rifle now, I know what it is to slow it down. I know what it is to hold my breath. I know what it is to, press that trigger and pull it directly back. I know.
Right.
I mean, you feel it in your.
So, yeah, I mean, it's totally different. I mean, with us, we're sitting there, we could be taking a breath during the middle of it. We don't know. We're just sitting there out there running around, and we're still putting holes freaking close to each other. So, too hotty. So, this is what it is. Back in late 2012 was whenever I became a member of USPSA. So this is whatever I was shooting, these percents right here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then I switched to production right here. And then, as you see, my scores are getting higher and higher and higher and higher all the way. And then I shot this over last winter.
I can't read any of it, but I am following with you.
Okay. But, I mean, I have 3 classifications in single stack. So all I need is one more classification since I'm already classified somewhere to get a single stack classification. And the lowest, since I'm A right now, I would be bumped to a B no matter what. But if I become a master class, and so the next time I shoot a single stack, I would be an A class, the lowest possible. So let's say I'm shooting, let's say with a 1911, I truly absolutely suck just because I never shoot it. I miss reloads, all this crap, and I would actually shoot at a B level, or let's say a C level right now since I'm A. But because I'm a production shooter and I could shoot at an A classifier level, that means that my single stack will be a B at the lowest, no matter if all my classifications are.
Explain the percentage for me. I'm not sure. Percentage of hitting the targets?
No. Okay. So let's go to this very top one. So this is the stage. It's 4 poppers and 1 target.
Okay.
Basically standing in box, facing targets, both wrists above respective shoulders. So basically, wrist above shoulders anywhere you want it. Upon start signal from A, engage T1 and P1 through P4. So engage everything. 6 rounds, 30 points. Best 2 on the paper, and the seal has to fall to score. Okay? So these are called classifier stages. So they're very detailed. So right in front of box A, 36 feet to the very back. Okay? And then 15 feet forward is your first one, and 3 feet forward is your second line. And then everything is measured out to be precise. So if I run this classifier here at my local range, and I run the same classifier in Maine or Florida or California or Ohio or New Mexico, everything's going to be the exact same. So we're all shooting the exact same stage. Okay?
I gotcha.
So what it is, they take the very best time and hit factor, which is how many points per second. Okay? So they take that, the very highest, that's 100%. Okay? And then they start figuring out your other percentages from that. So
all right. So you start at 100, and then do you start at 100 and then you go down from there, or do you start at 0 and work your way up?
So, basically, what it is, it's okay. So here I got an 82.9%. So let's say someone shot it and had a hit factor of 10. I then got a hit factor of 8.29 hit factor, because the lowest hit factor is always 0. Okay. So let's say on a stage where a 10.0 hit factor is 100. If let's say I did that and I got 82.9%, that means my hit factor was an 8.29 hit factor. I was 82% of the highest overall score on it. And so that is, since everyone in the nation shoots these, it's a direct correlation to other shooters nationwide.
All right, so you're in the 82nd percentile, and there's only 18 other percentiles, or you know what I mean, that are above you. I got
yes, absolutely. And right now, if you, well, Hottie can't see, but other people see, I'm sitting at an 83.25. Once this hits an 85, I am no longer an A class, I am a master class. I go to M class. So, and there's only M and GM above me. So from 85 to 95 is master, 95 and above is grandmaster.
And how long does it take you to make a jump like that?
It depends. It takes 6 classifiers. So let's say yesterday's shoot I got 100% or 95%. Let's say that, and then my next 5 classifiers. If I do that all this month, or it takes me another year to get those classifiers, I could be, bumped up. So I mean, if I want to, and I shoot every weekend, or I let's say I go on vacation down in like up in Kansas City area, or down in a major populated city that has a lot of shooters, that you may have a Saturday, a Sunday, a Tuesday, a Thursday, and a Saturday shoot at different ranges. So if you do all that, and you have an awesome week, and you have nothing but 95 plus percentiles on your classifiers, you can move up in a week or 2. But the thing is getting there is more difficult. So I mean, there's 2 ways shooting happens. There is your overall stages are better than what you're classified, because whenever you get to the classifier, you get stressed out because that's the one that matters with USPSA. Or your classifiers are higher than what your regular stages are, because you go at home, most classifiers don't have much movement in them. So you have a dry fire where you're only standing in one position. Well, then whenever you start moving around on the other stages, you're not shooting as well, because you're not as efficient of getting into positions. You're not as efficient of leaving positions. Your transactions may or may not be the best, and stuff like that. All the ins and outs of the sport. So, and that's where I'm at, because I don't do a whole bunch of movement during my dry fire just because I don't have the space. But this winter, I'm going to be parking my car out on the driveway, and I'm going to be practicing in my garage a lot. So I won't be, sweating as soon as I step out there. I'll be able to be out there for half an hour, and be fun. So I'm going to be doing a lot of movement out there.
All right, so do the people who are behind who are making up these, not making up, but the people who are running these organizations, do they get to choose what qualifier you're shooting? Because you said there's 2 different ones, and it sounds like they're on opposite ends. You said one's...
No, there's a lot more than 2.
Is there a certain number, and it's just whatever they want to set up that day at that range?
Yes, the range
for that match. I apologize. I could
Okay,
probably
no.
go over to my computer and look all this shit up.
Okay, I would say. Okay, I'm going to put in the external. It's azshooters.org. Do you have a classifier shot today? Oh, no. I've only been to one classifier match. There are classifier matches that they'll run like 5 or 6, maybe 7 stages, and all of them are classifiers. So, I went out there, azshooters.org. They have all of the classifiers in there. So there's probably 40 or 50 different classifiers. So you could pick up, like, this past week we shot Fluffy's Revenge 2, which is this one right here. So this is what we shot, and we just shoot it. They could have, instead of doing that, they could have went somewhere else, and grabbed Ella Prez Strong and Weak, and we do that, or L Strong and Weak. I mean, it all depends on what that individual stage wants, or that individual match wants to do for that day.
I got
So
you.
there's like 40 or 50 of them, and all of them have the ratings, and all of them are explicitly drawn out. So no matter what range you go to, they're all supposed to be identical. So you have a baseline.
So when you go to a classifier, do you know what classifier you're getting into?
Okay, some ranges, they'll put out a course description, and they'll say what classifier they're shooting. Others don't, and they just say, hey, we're having a shoot, come and join us. And then everything's a surprise when you get there. A lot of the bigger ones, the bigger range that have like 90-plus shooters or something like that going into it, they'll usually have course descriptions, because you'll have 5, 6, 7 courses, and they, kind of give you an idea of what you're coming into. They're not all the same. They're not all going to be even accurate, because once you draw it up on paper, you go out there and you set it up, then you could, if you shoot this one target from here, you can hit a target behind it. Well, that's a shoot through, and you don't want shoot throughs, so you move a target, and it may mess up how the stage flows. So you're gonna, whenever you look at stage designs, you kind of look and see, okay, what kind of start are you going to be doing? Is there going to be retreating? Is there going to be movers, plate racks, stuff like that you were kind of thinking about? Yeah.
That particular classifier that we're looking at right now, or we were looking at just a minute ago.
Oh, sorry.
If you happen to shoot high on any of those targets, that's going to be considered what?
What do you mean high?
Well, it looks like you're supposed to hit 7 targets.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
And there's also a no shoot directly above them.
No, the no shoot is below them. The ones with the X's.
That's what the X is for. I see.
The X's.
So if you shoot low, then you're not disqualified, but you get a no shoot, right?
Right, and this one, since it's all paper, it's Virginia count, so you get 14 rounds only. If you put a 15th round out there, or a 16th, it's a penalty for every additional round. So you only get 2 shots per target. And if you plug a no-shoot, you just have to go on, and you have to take the miss and the no-shoot. So the no-shoot's minus 10 points, a miss is a minus 5, and you won't get the minus, and you won't get the plus 5 for the alpha, so that's actually going like down 20 points.
That's a pretty tough qualifier right there.
Hey, Fu, so this all seems pretty complicated, but how hard is it for somebody who hasn't done it before to go in and get started?
Someone who hasn't done it before, Go and do it. Don't worry about classifiers. Don't worry about it. Just go out and shoot it. You will learn as it goes on. Just like anything else that you're starting, like let's say you start playing basketball, you're not going to know the ins and outs of all the rules. You may know the, hey, here's the three point mark, here's the free throw, here's half court, here's the out of bounds. That may be all you know. And then as you start playing and you get called on penalties and stuff, they'll start describing what the penalty was and stuff like that, or they may say, okay, you're new, you stepped out of the line, like right here, you're supposed to do all your shooting within box A. That's both feet in box A. But if you take a step outside of box A and you shoot, it's supposed to be a penalty per round. But let's say it's your very first time shooting this, and you step outside the box with a foot, so you have 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and you shoot these 4 targets, well, that should be 8 penalty points. 8 penalties, which each penalty is 10 points. So you're going to zero the stage, basically, no matter what. But instead of going ahead and, on classifiers I'll probably do it, but on a regular stage, a lot of times you won't get penalized for that because you're not going to win. Anyway, your first time out, you're not going to win. You're not going to be competitive. You're just going to go out and have fun.
They're designed to make you fail as a novitiate. But this particular classifier, you've got essentially a barricade right in front of your box.
Yep.
And then you've got this varying distance while the lateral distances are just adjacent. So it kind of throws the mind off where you just move over a foot, but you're going back several feet. Anyways, the actual targets that you're shooting at looks like the A, what do they call it? The alphas.
A-zone, yep.
The alphas are in the head only.
No, what is it? That's what this interior picture is right here. Okay, from the very top of your A zone down 5.5 inches is the very top of the no shoot. So up here, right about the very top of the 5, right here, is where the A perforation is. So you have about an entire head box of A zone right above the no shoot. So
okay, but nobody's going to actually go for that A zone when they can go for the headshot above that and probably just get a B zone.
No, most people will shoot for this A zone.
Really?
Yeah, most higher, because basically you have a 3 by 5 inch card up here for the headshot. Okay, and then down here you have a 5.5 by 6 card for your shot. Basically, what you're saying is, I may be, I may not have perfect aim, but I know I'm not going to drop a shot down into the no shoot. So you'll aim, let's say here's your target, and instead of putting your fiber, down here about where you'd normally do it, you'd inch it up at the top of the A zone. So even if you do drop it a little bit, because you're looking at 32 feet, that's 10 yards. That's just shy of 10 yards. That's not very far. If you drop it a little bit, you'll still be on top of your A, in your A zone on top of the no shoot, unless you really jerk the trigger down. But then if you jerk the trigger down and you're up here aiming for the top A, you're going to get a B or C, and you're not going to get your points that you're going to need to get a good high classifier. So a lot of these are here, there's heroes or zeros type thing. So a lot of people would go for the bigger A zone than the smaller A zone. Like the novice guys, they'll shoot for the head every time because they want to stay away from the no shoot. But the better you get, and the more you trust your skills, and the more you realize what sight pictures you can have, you will stop dropping. You will start going to the larger A zone. And Robbie, please pitch in if I'm saying something different. I know he's out there.
Quick one, too. Two
Yes.
questions. So how many times this classifier, this course that you have there, are there multiple different courses in a day, or is this one course and one course only for the day?
Okay, so there's classifier classifier matches where they'll have 5, 6, 7, 8 stages, and all of them will be classifiers.
Okay.
Or what the majority of them are is there's one classifier. Let's say the one I'm coming up to next week. There's 5 total stages. One of them will be a classifier. The other 4 are homemade stages. That the only time you'll see that stage most likely is at that match, and you may never see that stage again. But most of them have one classifier per match. Like some of your bigger ones that have 14, 15, 20 stages, you may see more than one classifier.
All right. So next question. So on this stage, you shoot it once or shoot it multiple times?
All the stages you just shoot once.
Once. Oh.
Yeah.
So 8 rounds and I'm done for the day?
No. This is 14 rounds.
Sorry, 14 rounds.
So 2 in each, but you're done for this stage. There's other stages that day. So,
hey, Foos, I'm following with you. I didn't mean to get you into all this.
No, this is great. I enjoy talking about this stuff. So here's the one from yesterday. This is the classifier. You see a popper here, your 3 targets, and a popper over here.
Okay.
In normal time, I would shoot this once, and then that's it. And I was very upset. So that was one stage, and then here's another stage. It's the same day, just a little bit later in the day, and you go through this stage. So I'm getting ready because this one is gun on table and magazine, unloaded gun on table. So I have to load the magazine or load the gun and charge the firearm.
Ooh.
Okay. So and then here's another stage. Here's a Texas Star sitting here. So that was 3 of the 4 stages. The other stage did not get videoed. Like this guy right here, he's our GM at our match. So I'm right now I'm trying to compete with him. So.
That looks like fun, man.
Oh, it's a freaking blast.
So how many rounds your average growth in a day?
Well, since we shot through twice, I shot just right around 200-ish.
No, that's all right. Because I shoot, in our matches, we shoot 270 every match.
Okay. Here's one I did. Jeez. Hold on. So, I shot this one a month and a half ago. Yeah.
Love the short.
Thanks. That's one of my calling cards. I kind of like the plaid shorts for some weird reason.
Yeah, I like plaid shorts.
This one was like
a
judo chop.
I like the shorts.
Yeah, this was judo chop. We had to have like one arm up and one arm crossed to start with this. There's 4 behind here. So that was one stage. And then here's another one. And that was another stage. And then another one. And I jacked up right here.
Now this one looked like it was a run and grab your gun off the counter kind of thing?
Yes. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Unloaded gun on the right here, and then all of our mags are loaded. So I'd run up there, grab it, and then load it before I started shooting.
Cool.
And what gun are you using?
I'm using a CZ Shadow SP01.
Hey guys, I'm
to
gonna
be
drop.
9mm
I'm gonna drop out. I'm gonna drop out for a bit. I'll catch up with y'all later on this evening if you're all still in.
Yep. Is it a 9mm? Has to be 9 caliber?
Yeah, it's a 9mm. It doesn't have to be a 9, but it's the cheapest for. I mean, I shoot a minor gun because it's on production. So for me it's kind of stupid to do anything else.
You reload, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm reloading for 10 cents a round.
Let me see. Look at my sheet for 9mm. I have it at.
Hey, Foos, let me ask you this. When I did US PSA, there was some people that would go around and pick up the brass when they kind of picked up magazines and taped the targets, but at the end of the day, there wasn't enough time to pick up any extra brass. So how do you guys usually do it, or what's your experience in picking up brass?
What we do is every match I go to, like if it's a local match, the shooters help tear down afterwards. So what a lot of people do is they wait till the very end, they tear down the stages, and then they pick up brass. That's what most local ones do. If you go to a section area or something like that, a lot of that is considered a lost brass match because it's multiple days, and you go and you shoot, and then you just leave your brass there, and then you don't have to worry about tearing down, nothing, because you may shoot on a Wednesday, Thursday, and there may be a Thursday, Friday shoot, and there'll be a Saturday, Sunday shoot, so you're not going to sit there and pick up the brass because you're outside all 10, 11, 12 stages every day. So it's considered a lost brass match. You just leave your brass. And that is one way to kind of pay back the volunteers that are running your stage, that are running the course. Like a lot of the ROs will get to shoot for free or at a discounted price, and then a lot of them will take and get the brass on the range on their stage. So if you do, let's say you're on a classifier and you have a 8-round stage, you'll have substantially less brass than someone that has a 32-round field course. But still, I mean, like I went to Kentucky last year. That's when I met Pink and BE. There was 10 32-round stages, and there was 500 plus people that shot.
That's a lot of brass.
Yeah, I think it was like 30 some odd thousand rounds fired. I mean, it's crazy. I gotta figure that out. Calculator. So 32, 320 rounds minimum. Plus we have times 500. It's 160,000 rounds in like 3 or 4 days shot. Probably 4 days. So you think about that. That's a lot of brass being, sitting on these stages. So
I've seen where I've gone to these places and seen them pool. That means that whoever picks it up.
We lost you.
Sorry. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. So what I've seen before is where guys pool. So for instance, 5 guys will walk down range, and if I pick up 10 or 50, we all just pick up as much as we can, and then we pool it together. And you divide it by how many people guys picked up.
Yeah. Like there's sometimes we'll do that, especially if you see a guy, like 1 or 2 guys, they'll shoot 45. Well, it's, if you're a 45 shooter, you're not going to go around in a sea of 9mm looking for your 45. So a lot of times what I do is I'll be picking up my 9. If I see a 45, I'll put it in a hand or put it in a pocket, and then whenever I see that shooter, I'll give it to him because I don't have a 45. And even if I did, if they were there picking up brass, I wouldn't feel right to pick up their brass and walk away with it. Not now. If they went and they left, yeah, I'll pick up the brass and I'll give it to a friend, or whenever I get a 45, I'll reload it. That's fine, but it's just what I do.
The guys that I shoot with are so cheap, they mark their brass. Huh.
So some people do, and they want their brass back. But I can see with your bullseye where you have to put hole in hole. If you have brass that's all the exact same, like let's say it's the exact same batch of the exact same company, it's going to be more accurate.
Brands, everybody has this little, like, what you call it, rabbit's foot, where they need to have this brand mixed with this, and they use star, and it is measured and it's milled, and
because it's all accuracy. Exactly. So you're going to want your own brass back because you know how that brass shoots. Well, for us, we don't care because, an inch at 10 yards is more than enough accuracy.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Saturday, I went to the range. It was so funny. I was putting hole into hole, almost hole into hole. It looked hole into hole, but it wasn't that bad. But I was only at 7 yards, 7 to 5 yards. And people were like amazed, and I'm like, that was easy. Going 50 is hard,
Right.
If I go 7 yards, I can put a hole into a hole. You won't see the difference. You'll see a big, maybe 2 inch. But I couldn't do what you're doing. I just can't do it. I'd be all over the place if I did it fast. But I want to learn one day. That one there looks on your right, looks like a cowboy gun.
On my right? Oh, what?
It looks like a hook.
My gun?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the reason I use the different colored side grips is because when you're in production, you cannot put tape or anything on the inside of your magazine well, because if you have an all black gun and you're trying to find the hole real quick to insert your magazine, it kind of makes it more difficult. And so people start spray painting or painting the inside of their magazine well. Well, in production rules, that's illegal, and I'll bump you to open. So what this is whenever I turn my gun, I have the shiny aluminum, and it stops, and I see black on the inside of the other magazine well. So that is what I look whenever I go and reload.
What you do, or is just unique to you?
Not many are doing this. I've noticed it helps me. Some people don't, especially the ones that run plastic guns, the polymer guns, they can't do that because they don't have the grips. But like some 1911 guys, of course, they do it because a lot of them will have different color grips or whatever. And you know, these CZs have grip panels, so yeah, they can definitely do that. So let's see. I got
How many yards do you think you run in a day?
I can't. I didn't hear
in
what
the
you
match?
said. What?
Have you ever come? How many yards do you think you run in a day?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you hear?
100, 120 maybe in a long day. I mean, it's really not that much. Oh no, maybe about 200 yards total in a day. But then again, you're out there. You are picking. After every shooter, we go out there and we paste. We're standing all day out. You know, the temperature's right here. You're probably seeing that day was probably getting 100, 110 degrees with, you know, I think it was like 90% humidity. Like the heat index, like whenever I got in my car, I have a black car. Car's at 125, and the heat index was about 120 that day. Whew. So yeah, I mean we're running around and we're out there all day in that.
And how many is it? Do you guys usually get a large turnout like at your local range or like 100 guys?
This guy would this range. Whenever I was out there, they had 93 shooters.
Yeah. From master all the way down to apprentice, I would assume.
Yes.
Is there an age limit?
As long as you can shoot a gun safely, no. We have, at this match, we had some 11-year-olds shooting. Like, let's say, the youngest person I ever shot with, at the time she shot, she was 8.5, and she was shooting a 22 instead of a 9mm. But whenever she went to whenever she hit 9 years old, she put the 9mm down, or the 22 down. She was shooting 9mm and 45 and everything else at the age of 9. And I would shoot with her any day, not even think anything about her not being safe.
Good.
Mm-hmm. So.
But when you reload, do you reload with a very soft load with a?
No, I'm running 125 grain projectile at about 1,040 feet per second. So it's not NATO spec because that's 124 at about a little over 1,100, but it's hotter than factory because factory is 115 running at 1,100 feet per second. Well, you know, if I go, let's say I go out and buy a Fiocchi 124 grain, those would be running a little below 1,000 feet per second, or right around 1,000 feet per second.
Why are you running so hot? Just to make sure that there's no ejection problems?
No, because we have to hit power factor. For minor, power factor is 125. What that is, it's your speed times your velocity. Sorry, your velocity times the weight of your projectile. So I'm running 125 grain projectile. I have to run 1,000 feet per second to make power factor. Okay? So it's basically perceived recoil is what it is. But of course, the heavier the bullet, the lighter, the less powder you could run into. So that's why I know a lot of people that they're using 147 grain projectile, and it's costing them half a cent to a cent more per projectile. But instead of putting 4.1 or 4.2 grains, what I'm using, they may be able to load that and have a 2.9 to 3.1 grains of powder. And I'm like, why? I mean, the cost is less for me to shoot this. He's like, yeah, but I'm using less powder, so in a powder crunch, I will be able to shoot as much with less powder. Because you can find projectiles. There's so many projectiles out there, and so many companies making it. But the powder is what is harder to find. So people, go out and buy an 8 jug pound of powder. Let's say, okay, 8 pounds of powder, so 7,000 grains times 8.
Right.
7,000 times 8, not plus 8. So that's 56,000 grains of powder. If you put 3.1 in there, that's a little over 18,000 rounds. Where if you use that same 56,000 and you use 4.1, you're only getting 13,000 rounds. So in the same 8 jug pound of powder, you're getting 7.5 K or 7,500 more rounds out of the same jug of powder that I am. So that means that in a powder crunch, they'll be able to shoot more and be practicing more than I would be.
And you guys use what? Full what kind of reload?
What kind of what?
Bullets.
Most people are going to the powder coated. I used a polymer coated projectile.
Yeah, and you don't do it yourself. You don't costume and then powder coat it. You just buy it.
I have the ability to, and I did for a long time. I did from 2011 up until the beginning of this year. I casted my own, and the reason I went to bought projectiles is because my own casts, I don't know the kind of lead, so I may one round maybe 120 grains, and the next round maybe 124 grains. Well, if I do my power factor for 124 grain, and then 120 grain gets slipped in there whenever going over the chronograph, I may not be pushing it fast enough.
Hey, so this brings up a question I have when I was shooting USPSA. There's this one guy that inevitably, every match that I went to, he was having problems with his reloads in that they wouldn't cycle the slide, and so that he would have to manually cycle the slide for every shot. And to his credit, he was faster than I was with just store-bought ammo or just over-the-counter reloads.
Mm-hmm.
But like he was trying to dial it in so much so that it was below the capability of his firearm. And it struck me, it was like maybe this guy just had, he went through 1,000 rounds of the stuff and didn't realize it was underpowered. But do you think somebody would pick up on it? Do you see that at matches, like guys who just are underloading their rounds?
Yes. Usually it's people that really try to game it. I mean, there's some people that when they fire, you know how whenever you fire, the brass shoots clear of the gun. Well, there's this one guy, he shoots, and almost every piece of brass will hit his strong hand as he's firing. I mean, the brass is just barely making it out of his gun. And, like, his slide is not cycling. His slide never locks open on the last round on an empty magazine because his slide is not actuating enough for the follower to hit his slide release. So he's way underpowered. It happens at local matches. People try to game it, and those guys, they're not going to go to a major match anytime, so it's not going to be worried. This past weekend, we had a guy, he had 8 squibs, and he has squibs every time. We're about to say, don't come back until you have this stuff ironed out. He casts his own, but he's just we try to help him out. He's just not getting it. And he's been shooting for 5, 6, 7 months with us, and we're about to say, don't come back until your ammo is situated.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing I saw. I saw several squibs, and
Because
I've never seen them before. I heard about them. I've
dangerous.
seen videos on YouTube, and I know what they are, basically no powder, only primer. But I saw them, and I was like, squib, I know that I've heard that sound on YouTube.
Right.
And like one time, I think, one time the barrel was clear, the other time they had to push the round out, and it was like, that's kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're loading your ammo so that, like, I see a squib every other week or whatever it was. I didn't shoot for that long, but like that, I mean, because I don't know, you got the Dillon press or whatever. These are supposed to be top of the line presses, and you're not
most
paying
of those
attention.
guys, most of the guys that are doing the squibs and stuff like that, one of two things happen. One, they're using a single stage or a turret or something that they are manually indexing and skipping a step. Or two, something happens and they go away from their press and they come back and don't clear off their shell plate and start all over.
Sure.
It's one of those things. It's usually one of them.
But
usually,
you were saying this guy had 7 squibs? Like, that's borderline dangerous. I'm going to say that's
absolutely
that guy's dangerous.
That's why we're saying we're almost to the point to say don't come back until you have this squared away. Okay, this guy, his rounds, like we picked some of his rounds up off the ground, and it looked like a 22 TCM. It looks like, on a 38 Super or 357 magazine, how you actually have that roll top, that roll crimp.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's doing that on a 9mm, and he's rolling so much that it's actually bulging his brass. So he's way over pressure. He's like, almost every piece of brass he fires, he's splitting the necks. He's like, back, I saw a video where these Ruger P85, they put hot loads down and it shoots every one. You put 2 of them down a Glock and the Glock blows up. I'm shooting the Ruger P85 because it's so much stronger and it's still prolific today. And we're kind of looking at him and go, you don't see any P85s rolling around. You see Glocks. It's not the gun's problem. It's you. What the hell are you doing? Type deal. And it's just because I've casted my own and everything. I went the same way he's doing, but I made sure my shit was reliable. I didn't take some. I've had at a range shooting this stuff. I've never had a squib. I've had squibs in practice, but I've never had a squib in competition. And the squib I've had is the primer pushed the bullet out of the case, but it was not far enough down the barrel that I could chamber another round. So, and all those were in practice. And I kind of knew I had what it was. I had about 400 to 500 pieces loaded rounds, and then I changed something in my press. And by the time I realized I wasn't dumping powder, I had already loaded several rounds, and I didn't know where they were at. So I took all 400 or 500 of them that were in there, picked them up, put them aside. And then whenever I was going to shoot for accuracy, I took those, and I was doing them single. I was basically shoot, and then, okay, I see where that went, or the steel went down, or whatever, and then I shot again. I shot real slow. I wasn't under the gun. So if I had a squib, I wasn't going to be putting another round down it real quick.
What is the most popular based on guns you see at these things?
9mm.
No, I'm sorry. Brand. I shouldn't say not caliber. Brand.
Almost everyone reloads, so it doesn't matter. Are you talking about what most popular
Gun.
projectile? Oh, gun?
No.
Yeah. Gun? There's a lot of Glocks, there's a lot of CZs, there's a lot of Smith & Wesson M&Ps, and then that's for production. Your race guns, you get a lot of STIs for your limited guns, and then STIs for your open guns as well. And then, of course, 1911, a lot of people are Springfield, SIG, stuff like that.
Yeah. Cool. One day.
Yeah. So here's the stage. Then here's the classifier.
Okay.
And that was the match.
Cool. One day.
It's fun.
It's hard for me, so I like precision shooting. It's slow. It's not as taxing on you, so it's more a mental game. It's like golf. It's exactly like golf.
Sunday. Okay.
I'm just making some dinner.
Sweet. I'm trying to get some training situated with the GM. That'd be awesome. But did everyone leave? Jeez.
I'm just trying to charge the battery on my phone.
Okay.
You ever cook with a cast iron pan?
Only when I can't.
I picked one of these up for $20. It's a Lodge, made in Kentucky somewhere, and it's great. You can cook anything in these.
Yeah, I just gotta have them seasoned enough so nothing sticks.
Yeah, it needs a lot of oil. I was watching an episode of Master Chef last week, and they had a mystery box challenge that had a cast iron pan, a wooden spoon, and a paring knife. And they had to cook a whole meal with just those three utensils. I was like, yeah, cast iron pan.
Yeah, I haven't cooked on cast iron forever.
Yeah, I've got a 10-inch cast iron pan with lid, a 1-quart pot with lid, and a 2-quart pot with lid. And that's how I do all my cooking.
Right on.
Oh yeah, and I've got a baking sheet too. You need a baking sheet for your tortillas.
Jeez. Robbie? Yeah, I see that swinging Texas Star. That would be nuts. You see what I'm talking about, Clay? You there?
Yeah, I'm working on my tortillas. What are we looking at now, sir, senor?
This guy is practicing a 3-gun. So let me know when you're looking.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay.
Now, look at that shit.
And then the shotgun. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, here's Texas Star. Come on. Wow, he's not shooting that right. Basically,
Yeah,
these Texas Stars, all you have to do is go 1 for 1, and no matter if you go 1 for 1, it doesn't matter how you shoot it. Just go 1 for 1.
Huh. I've never shot one of those things. They look really difficult.
They're really not bad. They're just go 1 for 1.
So you know which way it's going to move, and when the plates stop, then you shoot them.
Well, you already know which, depending on where. Okay, you always start at the top, so you know which way it's going to turn because of gravity. So you shoot it, it's either going to turn left or right. So you just figure out which way it's going to turn. So basically, if the target at the top steel is to the left of center, you shoot that, and it's going to start going left. If it's to the right of center, you shoot it, it's going to start. Well, I mean, it's going to go. Sorry. Start all over. If this top plate is to the left of 12 o'clock, and you shoot that, it's going to start going clockwise. If the top plate is right of 12 o'clock and you shoot it, it's going to go counterclockwise. So you already know, based on where that top plate is, which way it's going to turn. So you shoot that, and then the first thing is you just go down, and then once you because the plates are always out at a certain distance. You just go down, and once you see white, you plug the shot, and it'll just keep on going. And sometimes you'll have to go down to the bottom, sometimes you won't. Sometimes they'll spin up into your line of sight. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna be 11. Actually, I should probably go for the night. I gotta go do stuff with brass, and then because it's been out in the garage cleaning for a while, so I need to take care of that, and I'll head to bed.
All right. Good talking with you. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too, man. Catch you later.
Here's an article. Chicago overwhelmed by gun violence, priest says. I had a child asking me to pray for her, that she would not get shot going to school this year, said the Reverend Michael Flager. Flager, a pastor at St. Sabina Church and a social activist on Chicago's South Side, compared the killings to a natural disaster. We have a flood and fire, an earthquake of violence, and blood on our streets, he said. Flager said the same problems exist in the American cities with the biggest violence problems. You see double-digit unemployment. You see poorly funded and underperforming schools. You see abandoned buildings in communities that look like third world countries. You see a proliferation of guns. No options or opportunities. No economic development. Oh, I spared you some of the more boring excerpts, but that's about the size of it, right there. No options or opportunities. No economic development. Oh, all the better. I'll just stay away from Chicago South Side for the time being. What is this? Mel Gibson's Hacksaw Ridge, which premiered today at the 73rd International Venice Film Festival, is brutally effective, bristlingly idiosyncratic combat saga. The true story of a man of peace caught up in the inferno of World War II. It's the first movie Gibson has directed since Apocalypto, 10 years ago, a film he'd already shot before the scandals that engulfed him. And this November, when it opens with a good chance of becoming a player during award season, will likely prove to be the first film in a decade that can mark his re-entry into the heart of the industry. Now, this looks like a pretty decent film. I'll probably want to watch this one. Hacksaw Ridge is the work of a director possessed by the reality of violence as an unholy yet unavoidable truth. The film takes its title from a patch of battleground in Japan. At the top of a 100-foot cliff, it's all mud and branches and bunkers and foxholes, and where the fight, when it arrives, is a gruesome cataclysm of terror. Against the non-stop clatter of machine gun fire, bombs and grenades explode with relentless random force, blowing off limbs and blasting bodies in two, and fires everywhere erupting from the explosions and the tips of flamethrowers. Bullets rip through helmets and chests. Half-dead soldiers sprawl on the ground, their guts hanging out like hamburger. Well, that sounds like another Saturday night for me. Yeah, okay, I'll definitely check that one out. All right. I continue. Will audiences and the powers of Hollywood finally meet him halfway? One reason the likely answer is yes is that Hacksaw Ridge, unlike such landmarks of combat cinema as Saving Private Ryan, Platoon, or Full Metal Jacket, isn't simply a devastating war film. It is also a carefully carpentered drama of moral struggle that, for its first hour, feels like it could have been made in the 1950s. It is a movie that spells out its themes with a kind of homespun, user-friendly clarity. And there's a bunch of detailed description, which I don't need to go into. Blah, blah, blah. And then the hell of war. I'm going to have to see this movie for sure now.
Hey, Flippy.
You should buy that.
Is that a good price?
For what?
For the Arsenal?
No. It's about what they cost. Doing, doing, doing. Thought you couldn't own any of those because you're in California and they don't allow you to have rifle caliber handguns. You know what movie was really boring? Tron. Tron was super boring.
Which one, the new one or the old one?
I haven't seen the new one. I've only ever seen the old one, and it was boring.
The old one, the new one sucked too.
Yeah, I don't know why people are all like uppity towards Tron. It looks like ass and it's shitty.
I saw the old one, that was fine, so.
Nah, the old one was shitty too. Boing, boing, boing.
What'd you do today, Flippy? Did you work?
Nah, I kind of just like napped all day and played a bunch of the Battlefield beta.
How is it?
It's pretty good. It's a lot of fun to use like fucking gas and fire. Like when you throw a fire grenade and it bounces just right in the windowsill and goes inside the room, and then you hear like 5 guys screaming because they're now like burning to death. It like makes me happy. Like you get like the greatest feeling of like satisfaction. Like you won.
Does it get old real fast, or it just keeps going?
It kind of gets old because they only gave us one map, despite the fact that we know there's at least another map that's done.
How's the flying dynamics?
I'm fucking shit at it, so it doesn't really matter to me.
It's awfully lively in here.
Yep. Crazy lively.
Fuck, man, you guys are living the high life.
Yay!
What's up there, Mr. Knives?
Yo. How's the weather?
Oh, what?
How's the weather over there?
It's alright. Actually, calmed down the last few days. It's been pretty mellow. It was really hot for like 3 or 4 days. It was just blazing hot, ridiculous, like over 100 every day. But no, the last few days have been pretty chill. Like today, I rode home and like after I got out of the chat earlier, I rode home and it was mellow. It was nice. It wasn't like really hot.
Nah, over here by the beach, man. In the morning, it's all cold, but once you got like around 12, it started getting hot as fuck.
I went to the beach yesterday. I went to Huntington Beach in Redondo, and it was pretty nice out there.
Yeah, that's nearby me.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I live in Long Beach, man.
Oh, fuck, I rode right through there when I was on my way to Redondo, because I went right up PCH. Oh, well. I can meet another famous gun guy.
Yeah, with no guns.
What do you mean with no guns? I mean, I know you're...
I live with my sister. She has mental issues, so I can't have guns in the house.
Right. No, I understand that. That makes sense.
I'm gonna sell them all, and plus I had to pay for my eye operation and shit.
Yeah. No, I got that. Like I said, I'm not hip to all the stuff that goes on with everybody, so yeah, I didn't know that. Well, fuck. Maybe I'll make a point. Maybe I'll make a point to cruise out there. Maybe I gotta go see Hosh again. I gotta drop off more MREs. So I don't know. I'll be in. What happened?
Doesn't that fool live in Cerritos?
I'm not gonna say. I don't exactly know where he is. If he puts it out there, then that's fine. But I don't know. Has he put it out where he live? Where like around what town? Actually, he did. He did a fucking video on it. Never mind.
Yeah.
He lives in Cerritos.
GUF's called the Cheerios.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I just wanted I didn't want to like fucking start throwing shit out there, you know what I mean? Yeah, but yeah, yesterday by the beach was pretty damn nice. It was really cool. I was rolling up PCH and it was just totally. It was really nice. I wish I actually wanted to hang out longer. But unfortunately, I had to work.
How's that KTM doing, man?
It's doing good. It's doing good. It's doing okay. It seems like it runs like a spotted ape. I'm just noticing a lot of valve noise. Like today on the ride home, I'm sitting there and I'm like do. And I know what the thumping in that it's a single cylinder thumper, so I'm like, okay, I know what that sound is. But then I started hearing tapping. Like it was like and I'm sitting there going, huh, why the fuck am I hearing tapping? So it seems like, I don't know, it seems like either I'm being too hard on it or I'm not, I haven't revved the fuck out of it. I've been cruising it, but I haven't done anything bad to it. So I'm going to have to, when I take it in, because it needs to go in for its 600-mile service in 600 miles. And right now I'm at 350-something miles, and I've had it for 3 days. So I'm assuming this week it's probably going to have to go in for its tune-up, for its service. And I think all that's involved. But when I go in, I'm going to ask them, hey, fire it up and see if this sounds normal, because it seems like it's a little louder than it should be. And I don't think you'd have to do a valve adjustment right off the bat. I'm pretty sure you do the oil change, and you check everything, you tighten everything up, and you tighten the chain up. But I don't think you have to do a valve adjustment. And I want to make sure that that's the case, because I'll be fucking annoyed.
Hey, Flippy, did you get your magazines?
Oh, did he? Yeah, did he get his terrorist magazines? Or did he get non-terrorist magazines that go in his terrorist gun? Flippy.
I think he fell asleep.
That son of a bitch. Yeah, he's probably just beating off to frickin', World of Warcraft crap or something. Wait a second. He is. He's asleep. You can hear him. You can hear him snoring.
I think he's gonna get a patch.
Oh, I totally was falling asleep in one of the chats the other night. My eyes were getting all droopy, and I was just like, ugh. And I had my camera on and everything, and I was just like, I don't think I fully fell asleep, but man, I was tired. He totally fell asleep. That's funny. So Mr. Knives, huh? Dude, I didn't know that that little stretch going through, I think in between in between where's that stretch where it's like LA County? Man, that is ghetto as fuck. I didn't realize on PCH it was that bad. Before you get to Redondo, it's like ghetto.
Yeah, it's for sure, dude.
It's like I'm rolling down the street, and I'm like, do, and I'm not really paying attention. Well, I guess I am, but I'm like, not really thinking about it until all of a sudden I started looking around, and I'm like, oh shit, where the hell I'm like rolling down past Martin Luther King Boulevard and all that, and I'm like, where the hell am I?
Sorry, dude.
He is.
Yesterday, me and Moon tried to wake his ass up. He's not there, dude.
He just knocked the fuck out, huh? Oh well.
Were you there at the chat, late chat last night?
Late chat last night. I don't know. I wasn't. No. Why? What happened?
No, all of a sudden, Flippy wakes up out of nowhere.
What happened?
Like,
Fell asleep. Where am I?
Flippy, you can give Mr. Knives $100. $200. Okay,
I'm
go
paying
back
Mr.
and sleep.
Knives $100 for a blowjob?
Yeah, go back and sleep.
Okay, I'll go back to sleep.
Oh, it's funny.
I just hear my name. I'm like, what's going on? What the fuck happened? I was watching this skating show about skating a gold button.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Flippy, what did you do today?
I took some pills. I played Battlefield 1.
Took some more pills.
Yeah, exactly.
Took more pills. Asked Heavy what was the up and up on the magazines. Arranged for my 870 Police Magnum to get refinished. The wood on it, anyways.
Yeah.
Found a speed loader sitting in my flower bed. So I
What
played
the
with that
fuck?
all day. Well, to be fair, I got it yesterday and then lost it like immediately after I got out of the car.
Well, at least you found it.
Yeah, I found it today, so I was excited. Well, that's the best.
Exactly. It wasn't like it was like 6 months from now when it's all corroded and fucking disgusting.
Oh, it's polymer, so it'll never get disgusting.
Yeah, but if it's polymer, it's sitting out in
man.
the sun.
I won't be there in a few months. It'll be like puddle.
Oh.
So Flippy, did you get your magazines
Which magazines?
for your
No, the gun shouldn't have any. I met Fucklong. Fucklong told me not to buy the Korean magazines for it. He said just get the H&K ones. The Korean ones are garbage. And I'm like, thanks, Fucklong. You're hilarious. I will not buy Koreans. So I got a hold of Heavy today. I was like, Heavy, I need a good word on the magazines. I need them to be not Koreans because Fucklong told me. So just tell me what I owe you money-wise.
Flippy? I think you should invest in a different gun.
No, that gun's awesome. Oh, and also listen to a lot of music today. Featuring, what the fuck is his name? DJ Snake and Dylan Francis and Major Lazer. Lots of Major Lazer.
The fuck is that? I'm sorry, I'm old. What is that?
Major Lazer? Major Lazer's awesome. He's a black dude who does music.
Opposed to all the other black dudes that do music, right? What the fuck is it?
There's others?
Oh, that's the cutest fucking thing ever. Hold on. Here, let me get my fucking... Oh, I don't have it. Hey, come back here. Come back here. You see him? Oh,
What the fuck is that?
It's a fucking little possum. He's like a little tiny one. Hey, come here. Hey.
We're about to see someone get rabies on gun channels live.
He ran off. Fucker, he
Dude.
ran.
That fucking reminded me of like one night when a bunch of my friends and I got super fucking belligerently drunk, drove around town. At one point, one of my buddies just stopped on the brakes. We were like, "What the fuck is happening?" He hopped out of the car. He's like, "Dude, there's a raccoon. I need it to be my friend. Give me that fucking bag of popcorn in the back seat." And he started, like screaming Miko, like from fucking Pocahontas. He's like,
Oh,
"Be
God.
my friend." And we're all just saying, like, this dude's gonna fucking die. He's gonna chase that goddamn raccoon up that tree. Chase the raccoon up the tree. And we're like, as soon as it gets up there, he's gonna keep pestering the thing. It's gonna jump down, and it's gonna give him rabies. And then we're not gonna end this party bus to drive him to the fucking hospital. We'll just abandon him. He'll get his car back tomorrow.
Oh, I've done that before.
It was great. It ended with us being at like the lake in town called Town Lake because there was a bunch of fucking geese there, and we were like, we still had a bottle of vodka and a few bottles of Jack, and we were like, we need to capture a duck, and then we need to like make this duck drink this vodka and see what happens, which didn't work at all.
Yeah. No, it's just not gonna happen.
It was like almost winter, so it was like freezing cold outside, and like all the ducks were just sitting in the middle of the lake, and they were like, "Fuck you, we're not coming out." So we tried to steal a swan boat, and that didn't work.
Yeah, usually what happens is I'm glad my dog isn't here, but my dog usually will chase those down and like kill them. And I hate that he's never killed one, but he'll get and start fighting with it, and I always have to grab him. So, but it's like the little ones are so cute. It's just they get ugly when they get older.
Honestly, they look about the same.
What are you talking about?
The fucking Chihuahua things or whatever, possums, they look about the same.
No, the little ones are cute. And the big ones are ugly. But I mean, I'll still chase a big one because I like them too. Like I have one that's my friend. I call him Grandpa, and he because he's like the old one. You could tell he's old. He moves slow and he's big, and you just watch him and he's like, and then I'll go out and give him something once in a while. But yeah, I don't know. I'm weird that way.
He makes it very apparent that he's old and no longer giving of fucks.
Exactly. He's just like, yeah, what are you going to do? Run me over? I don't give a fuck. Go ahead.
Fuck you.
But,
I'm like 80-something. I'm about to die anyways.
He looks at me and he's like, I'm walking here. Do you fucking mind? And I'm like, okay, dude. I'll chill.
Yeah, you got those fucking Jersey possums down there.
Yeah. And then we got the raccoons, and the raccoons are all right. I ended up fucking going and trying to make friends with one of those one time. And I did a video, actually. I was sitting there videoing him. But, whatever. And then my dog started chasing one up a fence, and then I videotaped that. That was funny. Or I say videotape, but digital, whatever, video. And then, I was trying to make friends with the coyotes. I really was. I was trying to be friends with the coyotes. I was trying to be cool with them, and I literally have a video of, like, 4 coyote pups, like, coming within a couple feet of me, and I'm sitting there trying to be cool with them, and then they, like, 4 months later, they grew up a little, and they tried to attack my dog, so I had to blast one, and it sucks, because it was like, I was totally trying to be buddies with them, and then they had to be all stupid, and I had to shoot one, and I felt bad about it.
Yeah, my wife won't let me shoot them. Like, they roll through. I have coyotes and bobcats that roll through my yard. And my wife's like, nah, you can't shoot those. It's like no bigger than our house cats. I'm like, that bobcat is about the size of our fucking dog.
Oh, yeah, a bobcat will fuck your animal up, too. Like,
Yeah, I'm like, it's okay, we can shoot those. And she's like, no. You're
Well,
not
yeah.
shooting animals while I'm here.
Well, no, the thing is, I didn't want to have to shoot it. Like, I didn't want to, but what happened was my dog was outside, and they were coming off in a group, and all of a sudden my dog, being the dog, he fucking went and started chasing them. Well, I was like, oh, fuck, and by the time I, like, realized it, my dog was coming back, and I was like, cool, my dog's coming back. But then I could see the one was leading him out. Like, he was leading, he kept trying to inch his way closer so my dog would chase him, and he was trying to get him to a position to, and I looked, and I could see the other 3. There was 3 more hiding in fucking over there, and I was like, son of a bitch. So I knew they were trying to lure him out to kill him, and I was like, nope, fuck that, you're going. I grabbed my AR was sitting by the door, and I grabbed my AR, and I had a light on it. Thank God I had a light on it. That was a good light. And the coyote started coming out, my dog went to start chasing it, and I blasted him right before my dog got to him. So, anyways, I didn't want to, like I said, I didn't want to do it. I just fucking, and I'm lucky. I kind of missed, actually. The first, like, I only took 1 shot, and I was aiming for, like, it was like the shoulder, maybe not the shoulder, but like above the, yeah, I guess the shoulder, above the, maybe like the lung area. And I was aiming for that, but I ended up hitting high, and I took him out right through his spine. So I ended up nailing him right through his spine. I mean, it was an instant kill shot, so it was totally great. It was like, I felt really a lot better about that because he wasn't dying as I walked up. He was just already dead. He was done. So that was cool, and I'm glad that went down all right because I would have hated to have to walk up and put a couple more in him, but, and I think he felt like he probably felt nothing. It was just done. It was just over. You know what I mean? It wasn't like he wasn't suffering. It was just done. So that was good.
Yeah, I just want to kill it because bobcat has a cool pelt, and I'd like to make a coat out of it. Or at least get it made into like a fuzzy collar for a coat.
And ladies and gentlemen, there's Flippy.
Because it looked really cool, and I like fuzzy collars on my coats.
You know, I sometimes wonder if it's just a persona that you're trying to portray as this heartless bastard, or if you're really that big of a dick.
Oh, dude, I don't really care. They're animals. They're here to literally, like, be clothing and food for us. Like, that's their sole purpose on life.
I guess.
And plus, you also gotta think of it like, if the shoe's on the other foot, that animal wouldn't even think twice about fucking eating you.
Well, wait a second. Okay, now don't get me wrong. I will, if I need to eat something and it's fucking food, it's dead. I understand that. I totally get that. But I'm not blasting anything I don't need to blast. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go out and be like, oh, it's got a nice cool pelt or a fuzzy little thing. I'm going to fucking blast it because I want that. And I don't know. I can't say that 100% because maybe if I was a little more, maybe to me, I don't know, it just seems like it would be really hard for me to do it. But I mean, I guess it would be all right. I don't know. It would be hard for me to justify, but if I'm not just killing something just to kill it, like I'm not just blasting shit to blast it, you know what I mean? There's got to be a good reason behind it. Like I'm either eating them or I'm fucking making fuzzy slippers out of them or something, but you know, there's got to be a reason. That's my only thing. There's got to be a reason. It can't just be, oh, I want to kill stuff to go kill stuff.
I mean, that's what you do with big game animals, is you're just killing it because it's fun to kill it. To say, hey, I killed this bear.
And you know what the funny thing is? I don't know where I picked all this bullshit up, because when I was younger, I used to live in a group home, right? And I was in the mountains, and it was the place called Morning Sky. And I had a compound bow and arrow. Like, you're not supposed to have this stuff, but I was, for some reason, I was allowed to have it. I don't know why. Anyways, I had it. So I straight up had a compound bow and arrow. And the staff, one of the guys named Jeff, he taught me how to use it. He taught me how to shoot. You know, he was a really cool guy about it. So there was a report of a mountain lion in the area. And I was, in my fucking infinite wisdom, for some dumb reason, now this property is like, I don't know, it's on 25 acres of land out in the mountains. And I'm thinking, oh, I'm going, and you know, the school's only on like 4 or 5 acres of it. So I started heading out into the woods. And I didn't tell anybody, I just started heading out in the woods. And I perched myself up on a high fucking spot. And I had every intention of killing this mountain lion because it had attacked somebody. and you know, I already think it took out somebody's dog or something, but I had every intention of it. I sat there for like 3 hours out in the middle of the fucking woods. And I was going to fucking kill this thing. But now I'm like, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it'd be fun to go kill a bear or a lion.
Really? I don't know. I mean, I would like to see a bear. I've never seen a bear out on a camping trip or anything. And don't get me wrong, I carry a gun when I'm out there for the sole purpose of, actually I did a video. I was on a camping trip, and we were, my campsite kept getting buzzed by a forestry helicopter. And I was like, what the fuck? So the next day I rolled down to, I was pretty far back, and I rolled down, it was time for me to leave, and I rolled down and I passed the ranger station on the way out of the canyon. And I stopped in, and I asked them, I go, so what was going on? Why were you guys buzzing me yesterday? Like, I was up on, you know, Gobbler's Knob or some bullshit campsite. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, I guess they were looking for a mountain lion that had come down the mountain and took out somebody's German Shepherd or something. It was in, it was in the newspapers or something. And the SWAT team was rolling around with the forestry in their helicopter trying to find it. And I guess they were going to shoot it from the helicopter. I don't fucking know how it works, but that's what they were doing. So I carry a gun, and I have my dog with me too, and I was like, you know, a fucking mountain lion is no joke. And I actually have another video of I was in the same area in the same spot about a couple months after that happened, and I'm rolling up and I'm on this fucking off-road trail, and I'm up in the mountains, and all of a sudden I get out and I start looking, and this is the middle of nowhere, and I'm starting looking on the ground, and I'm in the snow, and I'm looking, and there's fucking paw prints, like big paw prints, and I'm like, that's not a dog, because I'm not a hunter, I don't know this shit, and I'm like, that's not a dog, and that's not a bear, but I kept looking at it, and I'm like, that's a fucking cougar. And I was like, shit. And I went, my camp was like, I don't know, maybe a mile away. And I was like, son of a bitch. So ever since then, I always carry a fucking gun when I'm up there. Because, yeah, it's just no bueno.
Yeah, I don't really go camping.
Yeah, well.
I hate the outside.
You what?
Oh, I hate the outside. It's like, I live in Texas. The outside sucks. It's full of fire ants, wasps.
You know what? I would probably agree with that because in the summer, I don't like being outside. But in the winter, I do because there's no bugs. There's no bugs, there's no snakes, there's no bullshit. You know, it's just cold. And I can deal with the cold because I can, you know, I got sleeping bags and shit like that and I have heaters but I don't do well with the bugs. Like, I still have bug bites on my legs from fucking mowing the grass at my father-in-law's house in Kansas, and that's one thing it's going to be very hard for me to deal with when I move there is all these fucking bugs.
Oh yeah, it's the fucking worst. Like, chiggers are the worst.
Is that what are chiggers? Are those ticks?
No, they're these little bugs that fucking bite the shit out of you, and they're like uber annoying, and you'll know them because like the next day you will literally be itchy all over your fucking legs.
Okay,
and you'll have all these little red dots.
Okay, no, I don't know if I didn't have little red dots, I just had one big red dot. And, like, it was massive, and I don't know what the hell bit me. And I had it on both legs in different places. But it was horrible. And
I guess it depends on your, like, body's reaction to it. Like, I'm allergic to fire ants, so when I get bit by fire ants, I swell the fuck up.
Yeah, I guess I can understand that. I probably won't be as excited about going camping out there. Like, you know, and that's the suck thing. I don't know how I'm going to deal with this because the last few days I've been pretty happy. Like, one day I was in the mountains, I think Friday I was up in the mountains of fucking Idlewild, and I was like, this is fucking great. And then Saturday I was down at the beach in fucking Huntington Beach and Redondo. And I'm like, this is fucking great. So now I'm going to Kansas, right? I'm like, oh, look, I'm going to go to a lake. That's it. No mountains, no beach. I don't know. I'm okay with it. I'm going to make it work, but man, I don't know. I'm just I like going outside. I like going places. I'll just have to find new places to go, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to what, Kansas? I don't know what the fuck's in Kansas.
Wheat. I guess there's forest, but there's a lot of lakes. There is a lot of lakes, so I guess I'll be going to a lot of lakes. But it's not mountains and it's not fucking, I don't know, stuff. Ooh, I don't know who these are. Safety glasses. I'll steal these. I need fucking nighttime glasses for when I ride my motorcycle. Here, I'm going to pause myself. I'm going to be loud.
Alright.
Alright, I'm done crushing up the ice.
Is there any new podcasts?
Podcast?
I guess Primary and Secondary's Modcast 73 I haven't really listened to. But like, I ran into one of my friends at the gun show who they have their own gun shop. They're the ones who did the FFL transfer of that revolver for me.
Oh, yeah?
And the dude's like, so how's that revolver? It's being light as fuck with like 357 Magnum. I'm like, it's fine. It stings a little, but it's not terrible. What's terrible is arms core ammo. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, that shit fucking, I had, out of that pack of 50, I had 2 bullets pop out of the fucking casings and like jam up the cylinder, and he was just like, what the fuck? What do you even mean by that? And I'm like, I mean the bullet came out of the shell and stopped the cylinder from rotating.
Right.
And he was just in awe. He's like, I've never heard of that ever happening. I'm like, it happened, it sucked. Thought I was going to blow my hand off trying to push the bullet back in so I can get the cylinder opened.
Yeah, so you didn't fire... Okay, so you didn't fire that round. What happened? The round just fell... The bullet just fell out and fucking slid in there? Or did you fire it like it was a squid load?
No. Like, as I was shooting the fucking gun, the bullet itself popped out of, like, the casing in the cylinder.
Oh, okay. So
that bullet
yeah.
never got fired. It literally just, the recoil fucking knocked it out and loose, and it like got stuck in the cylinder.
Okay, so it was a squid. I mean, it wasn't a squid load. It was just fucking. It didn't have a good crimp on the.
They didn't crimp it like well at all, and it just fell out.
Well, yeah, that would piss me off. Not to mention getting all the gunpowder all over everything.
Oh, no gunpowder came out. I literally had to like shove the bullet back in though, and that was terrifying. Because I'm like, I really don't want this to just go and blow up.
Yeah.
I also really don't want this bullet to just decide that it doesn't want to be like shoved back in and fire outward, and it takes the metal tool I was using to push it in with and my fingers away from me.
Yeah. That would suck ass.
Yes. Yes, they would.
I think that's going to be a thing for a while. I think I'm going to start making that fucking... What the hell did he call it? Oh, shit, I don't even know what the hell it is. I don't know, it's... Hosh made, or his wife made, these things that were fucking cool. They were, okay, it was rice, Spam, and rice. It had something else in there, but whatever. When I make mine, it ain't gonna have that other thing in there. And then it was okay. It was rice, it was Spam, and then rice, and then wrapped in like seaweed. And that was it was quite tasty. And I think I'm going to totally make that for a while. I think I'm gonna just because it's cheap. Like that is super cheap to make. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that just a bag? Oh, okay. But it was super cool. It was quite tasty.
Yeah, I've never eaten Spam in my life. I probably never will.
Yeah, I know. You know, you damn 1%ers and you're not eating Spam. But anyways, fucking, it's not only Spam though. It's like I had all kinds of shit that I never had before. Like I guess it was Sam. Was it salmon? No, was it? He said. I think he said it was salmon, but I don't know what the fuck it was. But it was like raw, some kind of raw fish, and then you dip it in the fucking teriyaki sauce or the tempura. I don't know, whatever kind of sauce. And man, that shit was good too. And I wasn't even expecting that to be good. I was like, oh, this is raw fish. No, fuck that. That ain't gonna be good. And it was like,
it's probably was it a black sauce?
yeah, it was a black sauce.
Yeah, that was probably soy sauce.
Yeah, it probably was. It was fucking. I mean, I've had soy sauce before. That was really good though. Like it was just little cut up, little pink pieces of meat, and I don't know what kind of meat it was because I've had salmon before, and I didn't think salmon was like that. So I was like, I don't know what this was, but it was so good. I figure you're one of those. You're one of those 1%ers that know about that kind of shit.
I wish I was a 1%er. That'd make me so fucking happy, dude. I would have bought machine guns this weekend if I was a 1%er.
This is true.
There was a guy at the fucking show selling like transferable machine guns.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
How much was it? Like, what was it and how much?
Oh, he had like a table full of them. They were in the the tens and around there. So it wasn't feasible to like basically buy the equivalent of a fucking Ford.
Yeah, no, I understand. Completely understand.
So was the meat pink, or was it like orangey?
No, well, fuck. No, I don't. Okay, it was like it was. I don't. It wasn't. I think it was pink. And it didn't have like, it was weird. It didn't have like that salmon texture of like falling apart, or does salmon not fall apart when you don't cook it? I don't know.
When you don't cook salmon, salmon uncooked is kind of orangey looking, and you would see like these white stripes through it.
Yes, there was white stripes.
And it would be like, it's a chewy kind of texture.
Yeah. That sounds like it.
Yeah, sounds like he did like some kind of sushi salmon kind of thing.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I fucking love sushi, dude. I always thought I would hate it because I don't like fish, but then like fucking this year I tried it and I'm like, I need more. Yeah, I need this in my life.
Yeah, it was funny because I just don't eat that kind of shit. I just don't. I never do. But it was just everybody was so cool and everything. It was like, oh, okay, I'll go ahead and give this a shot. And surprisingly enough, I liked it. I don't think I like all of it, but I like that. Like there was and there was something else too. There was like little chunks of some kind of fish, and it was dipped in. It was like in a sauce or something. I don't know. It was interesting too. I don't know. It's just there was so much. I don't even know how much. Maybe if you ever watch that, like his video or something. I don't know. Do you even watch him?
Kosh?
Yeah.
Mr. Nazi? I will watch him a couple of times. I'll watch him a few times. He's like, he has some interesting stuff.
Yeah, that fucking whatever he calls it. The last video he just did, and he just put out. It's like I think he showed the table and everything it had on it. Yeah. So I don't know. You could probably identify that shit better than I can. I have no idea. But there was stuff that was just straight up vegetables and everything, and I was like, nope, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll get sushi tomorrow.
Yep. I think I'm gonna pretend it's sushi. I'm just gonna make spam and rice. Oh, I don't even know. How do you make rice without a fucking rice cooker?
You make it shittily by boiling it.
Okay, I'll have to try that then because I don't have my rice cooker, so I don't know how to make rice now.
Yeah, you basically just... it's kind of weird. It depends on what you get. Some of it you boil, and then it's like a long process of like... Because you boil it with the cover on for a while. Until like the rice gets nice and plump, and then you remove the cover, and you just have to basically keep mixing it. So it can like cook the water out, so that way you don't have like the rice is too wet.
So
But
basically, it's a balancing act of finding the right amount of water you're supposed to have in there.
right.
Okay. Yeah, then I will probably do that. I gotta go to the store anyways tomorrow. Maybe I do. I don't know. Kind of hesitating to go to the store because if I don't go spend money on food, then I got more money to spend on my motorcycle.
Yeah.
It's like I'm thinking maybe I should just live off of rice and Spam for a couple weeks, and that would be awesome. And top ramen. I could have top ramen, rice, and Spam. I've been living.
Yeah, ramen thing gets old, dude.
Oh no, I know it does. I believe me, I've lived off of ramen before. No, I'm just trying to figure out because I've got it like my wife's already put a limit on how much money I'm allowed to blow. So like I'm allowed to just burn through the money I have in the checking account right now, and I've got some cash too. So I've probably got I don't know, I've got about $1,000 that I can but there's specifically things I need to buy for the motorcycle. Like I need to have that service done, and I need to buy the fucking pinion rack so I can put a rack on the back so I can actually carry shit.
You also need a better seat, 'cause that seat's garbage.
Oh, I already bought it. It's already fucking ordered. That's what I did Friday. I went out to a place called Seat Concepts in Hemet, and or whatever the fuck it is, and I ordered my seat. They don't have them already made. That kind of sucked, but he told me that I said, hey, can you like put a rush on it or something? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I'll have it for you next week. So yeah, that seat's gonna be ready to roll by hopefully Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe Thursday.
You also got to remember those tires, man.
Nice.
Yeah, I was thinking about.
You need to just like order like a massive supply of just MREs and just eat shitty MREs because they're fucking cheap.
Oh fuck! I didn't even think of that. That's the whole reason I met Hosh yesterday was because I gave him MREs. I have MREs. I have I have a bunch of MREs, but I told Hosh I'd give him more. So I think I'll probably just let him have them. Because honestly, I don't know. I mean, I could eat the MREs. I've got a bunch still.
And that way you don't spend any money on food, and that's all your fucking motorcycle money.
That's true. It's true. I could live off of MREs and fucking top ramen for like a week. That's not a problem.
Dude, I grew up on fucking ramen. Not even because I had to. Literally just because I fucking loved this stuff when I was like young.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but you're right about those tires, dude. Those tires are so fucking harsh, man. It was like, they're cool, but it's like, you can really hear them, like, on the video, you can hear them going, it's like, I don't know, and you feel it. It's like annoying. I actually just talked to somebody on another YouTube channel that he has the same bike, and he put, I don't know, I think they're Scorpions or something, and they're like, really look like a road tire, like maybe partly off-road, but more of a road tire. I think I'm going to go with something like that. Fuck, that's like $400 in tires, though.
Two?
Yeah. Because you're looking at probably like $150 a tire, and then fucking installation, unless I want to get crazy and just do it myself. When I don't know, maybe I guess I could. But still, I don't know. I got a birthday coming up. Maybe I'll start hitting everybody up for money.
Shit, mine's coming up on November. Fuck.
Mine's November 8th.
Mine's May 10th.
Elections. Mine's on November the 5th, dude.
Yeah, it sucks because our birthdays are going to be remembered by fucking, electing the psycho bitch.
You know what's going to be even worse than that? Your birthdays are forever going to be scarred with the fact that I was right and Trump won.
Exactly. You know what? I would be so happy if that actually happened. And I don't know why. My whole family's just like, really? And I'm like, yeah. Oh, it was the fucking funniest thing. I mean, it wasn't funny, and I wish I would have had a camera rolling. But, okay, I'm cruising down whatever that main road is that you're going through a main road when you're on at Huntington Beach. And it's not PCH, it's before you get to PCH. And I'm cruising down, right? And I look over to my fucking right, and I'm like, there's a black pickup truck, right? And somebody had fucking spray painted "fuck Trump" all over this guy's pickup truck. On the sides, on the back. I was like, I looked at him and I was like, fucking A, that sucked, dude. I felt bad for him. It was just fucked up. Like, it looked like a tagger just went to town on his fucking car. I was like, that sucks dick, dude.
Yeah, that's fucking shitty. Did he have like a Trump bumper sticker on?
I didn't see, because I didn't realize what it was until, like, fucking I looked, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. And then he took off and made, like, a right or something, and I was like, I wanted to see if he had something, because I'm assuming that's what happened. I'm sure that's what happened. It was like, he probably had something on there, and I noticed people, like, fucking, that sucks, too. I don't care how you feel about it. Like, I'm not a fan of Hillary. But if I see a Hillary sticker on a Prius, I'm not going to go over there and fuck that Prius up, or I'm not going to go talk shit to the driver of that Prius. I'm not going to be a dick like that. Like, I don't understand how people think.
I'm just not going to let them merge into my lane.
Yeah, exactly. I might do something like that, like, oh, sorry, I've got to be like 2 inches from this car in front of me. I might do that, but I don't think I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm not going to vandalize someone's car over their poor life decisions.
I don't even think I would do that. I would just, but that's my point, though. I don't see how people think it's okay to do these kind of things to other people. It's like, just because you feel strongly about something doesn't give you the right to act like a fucking idiot, I don't understand that at all. Like, these protests and these fucking, I can't even say it's all them, but Black Lives Matter and all this crap, and it's like, what the fuck gives you the right to be violent and aggressive towards other people? Nothing gives you the right to do this kind of things to normal people. I'm sorry, but if I'm walking down the street and we happen to get accosted on the freeway by some fucking scumbags, there's going to be a lot of fucking roadkill out there because I'm not stopping. No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to put myself in a dangerous situation, and my family in a dangerous situation because you want to fucking protest? I'm sorry, you start banging on my car, instantly. Sorry, felt life wasn't threatened, had to run them over. It's just the way shit is.
Oh, you start banging on my car, a gun's coming out my window, and you're getting fucking shot. You're not going to be fucking punching my car.
Well, it's like, not even that, it's just, I don't think I'd shoot him, but I would just be like, nope, I'm taking my property and I'm fucking leaving because, I'm going to get away from them because, like, I had somebody kind of doing some weird shit today to me. I was on my way back after I was going down Foothill, and a guy, I don't know how he did it, but he didn't have any rear lights, like any tail lights. Like, he had brake lights, but he didn't have any tail lights. He had headlights on, and I'm like, how the fuck is he doesn't have any tail lights? And so I pulled up next to him, and he was driving just retarded. Like, he was crawling up people's ass and just driving like a fucking douchebag. So I roll up to his window, and he's an Hispanic guy, and he's got a black baseball cap on. His girlfriend's in the passenger seat, and he's wearing no shirt. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So I go, hey, dude, you got no fucking tail lights. Like, you got 0 tail lights. Your brake lights work. And he just gives me a fucking look like, yeah, I fucking know. What do you want? And I'm like, and I looked at him, and I'm like, oh, I was just letting you know, but evidently you know you're being an asshole. Okay, never mind. And I fucking rode off. Well, he started following me. Like, it was weird. Like, I'd look back, and then I'm like, why is this car pulling up next to me? And then I'm like, shit, it's him. And he was like, he would just stay behind me. You know what I mean? Like, it was weird. He would stay off to the side of me. He didn't want to pass me again. I don't know. Like, I don't know if he was scared or if he was just planning on doing some heinous shit. So I said, fuck this, and I said, I don't know what this asshole's doing, because I've seen this kind of shit go down before where they'll stay, they won't pass you, and then they'll follow you home, then try to see, and then beat your ass or do whatever they're going to do there. So I said, fuck this. I went, split all the lanes of traffic. I literally, I dumped my, I got her, I rounded up to like 80 and just split lanes like a motherfucker and ditched this asshole. And then I made a quick right into a parking lot, went behind a building and parked there and shut my shit off. And, you know, waited until he passed. But, I don't know, he was acting really fucking weird. So I was like, people are fucking just batshit crazy.
Yeah, people are fucking weird, dude.
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
I had, at one point, I had the right of way, so I turned and everything. And the dude tried beating the light, which he didn't, and, like, he almost fucking hit me. So I fucking honked at him. Then as soon as, like, we're driving, he was following me. I'm like, what the fuck is this dude doing? So we got up to the light. He fucking pulls next to me. He starts, like, signaling for me to roll down my window. I'm like, what the fuck do you want? He's like, yo, you almost fucking hit me. We need to have words. And I'm like, we don't need to have words. You need to go the fuck wherever you're going. I'm going to go the fuck wherever I'm going.
Right.
And the dude's like, nah, that's not good enough. And I'm like, this isn't going to end the way you want it to.
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
what, you're going to beat my ass? And I'm like, no, I'm going to fucking shoot you. Like, you step out of that car and you start fucking threatening me, I'm going to fucking, like, blow your brains out. And then I noticed he had a kid in his back seat. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, well, I'm going to I guess I'm just going to have to orphanize you, or orphanize your fucking kid in front of you because you're acting a fucking fool. And after that, the dude fucking was like, I gotta go, and just fucking, like, sped off in a different direction. I'm like, damn, fucking straight.
Well, you know, that's the thing like that. I'm not gonna fucking, you know, I have no intention of pulling my gun for shit like that. I'd be like, dude, you just go to fuck away, and I'll drive away. No, but if you keep following me and you keep fucking trying to do shit to me, then there's gonna be a fucking problem. Now, obviously, I'm in California, so I'm not carrying, but, you know, it's like, I've been in enough situations where I'm like, fuck, man, you know, there's always some shit going on. Like, I don't know, I think I told the story a while ago about, I was at Circle K, and I knew the clerk and everything. We used to talk and shit, and I'm sitting there, and this fucking BMW, it was a pretty nice BMW. I mean, I guess it was newer, I don't know, but the fucking BMW pulls in, and he just parks sideways in the fucking handicap spot. Like, not even parked in the handicap spot, just parked sideways across it. And I was like, you know, and my grandma's recently, she you know, she's 97 years old or something, or not 90, but she's like 87 years old, and she's old, and she's got her handicap placard, and, you know, I feel for people like that, and it's like, I don't know. I said to the guy, because he was in his 20s, maybe 25, and he had the stupid little hair, like long hair, but then the little ponytail up on top of his head, and he was in good shape.
One of those.
Yeah, like a douchebag, and he had the beard, the big old fucking beard, and he, you know, and I was like, I looked at him and I'm like, he looks like he's in pretty good shape. Like, he was buff. Like, he looked like he could have been an MMA fighter or something. And he fucking might have been, because he wanted the fight. And I was like, I asked him, I go, hey, dude, you fucking break your leg or something? What the fuck? And he just gave me a look like, what? And I said, well, dude, there's other spots. You could have just parked anywhere. Why the fuck are you parking like sideways in a fucking handicap spot like a douchebag? And he's all like, well, fuck you. And he tried to come over to my window and hit me. And I was like, what? So it fucking, all that was nonsense. And I said, okay. And I waited a few minutes and he left. And I'm like, okay, cool. And, you know, and I was like, I never got out of the car and I thought about it and I was like, okay. And I looked, I left and I'm like, I didn't see anybody. I was like, okay, cool, everything's fine. And I started driving home. And all of a sudden I noticed, I look in the mirror and you know, BMWs have a very distinctive headlight where the round circles.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I look in my mirror and I see, and I'm like, why isn't that car passing me? Why is it staying back there? And I noticed it had the round fucking headlights in it, and I was like, son of a bitch. And I went, okay. So I figured, well, he doesn't know I've seen him, so I'm like, I was in my Jeep, and I'm like, I'm not going to outrun him. There's no way. And I'm like, okay, so what I'm going to try and do is I tried to go up a few blocks and then jump in front of a semi and then kind of make a right real quick into a side street. So I did that, and I put him on the other side as a semi, and then I made my right real fast so he couldn't see it. And I don't know, he tried to follow me for fucking, like, and I guess I was being a dick, though, because I didn't want to let it go. So after he already passed, then I started sneaking up on him. I saw where he went and parked, trying to find me again. And then I fucking rolled up on him like, hey, fucktard, I'm right here. And he got out and tried to throw punches again. I never got out of my car. I just teased him. And fucking I did a burnout left. But, yeah, I was like, I don't know. The guy, like, tried to throw punches at me, like, 3 fucking times. And I'm like, dude, really? Like, I don't know. Because you're a fucking scumbag, and I call you on being a scumbag. All of a sudden, you want to fight me. You know what? I mean, if you're going to be a scumbag and you're going to do scumbag shit and somebody's going to call you on being a scumbag, then don't fucking go, you know, just accept the fact that you're a scumbag and go, I'm sorry, you're right, and fucking move on.
Or just be like, fuck you, I do what I want, and move on anyways.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. That would have probably been the better way of doing it.
Well, no, I mean in his situation, just being like, not acknowledging that he's a fucking douchebag, and just be like, whatever. Fuck you, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm gonna fucking take up 8 handicap spaces next time.
Yeah, I guess so. You know, I get that. I understand what you're saying. What you mean? I don't know. Like I said, just certain things aggravate the fuck out of me, and I shouldn't let it, but sometimes they do, and I never understand it. Like, I guess that's one of the problems I hate about California, is it seems here that nobody cares about anybody else other than themselves, and they never want to help anybody. They never want to stop and, like, it's always about them and fuck everybody else, and I don't like that attitude. It bothers me. So when I see it, I tend to call people on it, and it always causes problems.
Yeah, for the most part, I just don't give a fuck. As long as it's not, like, directly affecting me, I don't really care. It's not my problem.
Yeah, I know. No, I know. Like I said, I don't know, certain things just bother me. I mean, I'm not gonna, like, fight anybody over it. I'm no intention of it. But, you know, there's like stuff. It's just like, I don't know. I just, if I do, here's the thing. If I do something stupid, right, and that's happened. I've done, like, when I've been riding a motorcycle, I've done something stupid, and I cut somebody off or whatever. Guy rolled up next to me and said, hey, what the fuck are you doing? And I said, oh, I'm sorry, you know, I know I cut you off, and I just accept it. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. I'm a fucking dick. I didn't mean to. You know, and they're like, oh, yeah, it works out. It's just like, okay, and then it's over. You know, it bothers me when people are just like,
Oh, your thing turned off. Like it sounded like you just went mute.
Son of a bitch. What the hell's going on?
And it's back alive again.
Motherfucking piece of shit. Okay. Anyways. Gizmo here. But anyways, like, I've had people cut me off, and you go, no, and you beep at them, and then they just act stupid. Like, how dare you beep at me? It's like, well, how dare you fucking be an idiot?
Yeah. How dare you fucking make me have to hit my horn? You know how many times I have to fucking hit my horn in a lifetime? And now you're making me do it more? Fuck you.
Well, no, it's just like one time a guy, he pulled out of, it was a driveway, and he literally he looked right at me and fucking pulled right the fuck out. And I'm like, I was in my Jeep, and I had to slam on my brakes and almost fucking I almost slid the Jeep. I was like, I slammed the brakes and had to freaking, like, stop very quickly. And, you know, I was like, motherfucker, and I hit my horn and everything, and I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And, you know, I don't know, I was behind him, and I fucking gave him the finger or something, and he started yelling at me. He's all like, fuck you, fucking this. He started throwing up gang signs and all this bullshit about how badass. He's like, I'll fuck you up, I'll fucking 18th Street gangster motherfucker, and all this shit. And I looked at him and I said, you know what? You may be acting tough, but that doesn't make you a better driver. You can scream and yell and act fucking like you're badass, but you're still a shitty driver. So, and he got all bent about it.
What are you booing?
What happened?
Fine Ape. Oh, Fine Ape's like in the chat booing.
I'm not booing, I just said boo.
Yeah, like you're booing.
No,
You're like
booing would be more O's to it.
You're being the David Bowie. Because you're like booing.
Well, at least he's not going boo-hooing.
Mm-hmm. So did you find your basket full of HK mags then, Flippy?
No, I did not. However, I did run into my friends at the gun show, and they're like, alright, you're making an effort to find them. They're like, next time we fucking, like, if we see them, we'll fucking give you a call and see how many you want us to buy, and then you can just pay us back for them. And I'm like, thanks, you made me spend $20 to maybe buy magazines in the future.
Oh, well.
But, like, I did learn a valuable life lesson from Fook Long, who told me that not to touch the Korean mags because they're fucking shit.
Yeah.
Damn. Now I want sushi, but it's like fucking almost 2 in the morning, and no sushi places are open. That'll bring me delicious sushi.
No delivery service for sushi?
Yeah. Like, the fucking dude at this point is on like a first name basis kind of thing. Like, every Friday he shows up at the same time. He's like, here's your order. It's going to cost you this much. I'm like, that's cool. Same time next week.
It ticked me off. I went to a Mongolian barbecue a couple nights ago, and there's a guy who usually works there, And I walk in, I'm expecting to see this guy who, yeah, I like this guy. He's a good guy. He's always cool. And there's this fucking stuck-up bitch working. I was like, God damn it, who are you? I was annoyed. I was like, I don't know. She just had a sticker for her ass, and she had lousy, like, she was just not, like, paying attention to shit. I was annoyed.
Yeah. What's the thing though? Like at this sushi place, they're really good. They're fucking great. There's like 3 people that work there though. There's like the delivery dude. There's the fucking young Asian guy who looks like Glenn from The Walking Dead. And then there's some old Asian guy in like a fucking sushi coat. But like fucking like the young like Glenn from The Walking Dead, that dude is always like super fucking pissed off and mad for like reason. Or at least he always seems mad. Like he's never friendly. He's always just kind of grumpy.
You know what? There was a time I went to another barbecue, Mongolian barbecue place, and the guy who helped us there, he was just like that. He was just had a scowl on his face. He just looked mad as fuck. Like he was like, even me and my son were both like, should we ask for something? Because this guy might kill us.
Yeah. But like even though he's so fucking like mad all the fucking time, he makes really, really good sushi. Or at least prepares really good sushi. So I'm like, whatever. Fuck it. This dude can be mad and uncordial as a motherfucker, but as long as he keeps making good shit, I have no issue with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, now I'm hungry again. Should have ate more ribs.
I think my fridge still has. I think I still have prime rib left over from earlier today.
That sounds good. I had fucking my mom. My mom invited me, or well, her boyfriend invited me over for a barbecue today, and he cooked like all these ribs and chicken and all this stuff. It was pretty good, but freaking, I should have ate more because now I'm hungry again. Trying to think. I don't really want to go out and spend money.
Yeah, just eat one of your MREs. Just start like getting through it and be like, I'm not even hungry anymore.
Yeah, actually, I think I'm gonna do that. Now that you mention it, I probably will. Probably eat a couple of them and. Take you guys in and we'll see what MRE we're going to get. Oh, jeez. Yeah, see, this is my sad-ass fridge. Look at this. Oh, wait, there's ham. I forgot there was ham. Oh, well, but there's no bread. Alright, MRE fridge. See, I don't have a lot, though. I'm supposed to be given... let's see.
Wait, you're supposed to keep MREs refrigerated? I thought, like, you just chuck them in the darkness.
No. I mean, you don't have to. I just do it because they say if they're colder, they'll last longer. At least that's what I say. And these are already old. These are like, I don't know, these are a few years old, actually. Probably fucking quite a few years old, but they're not, like, horrible. Let's see. Beef patty, that sounds almost good. What the hell is this? Oh, that sounds kind of good. What is that? don't know. Maybe let's see. Ooh, is that white beef enchilada? I don't know. Beef roast vegetable. Pork. Sloppy Joe? I don't think I've ever had a Sloppy Joe one. That sounds interesting. That's what we'll have. Sloppy Joe. See, it even says Sloppy Joe on it.
I wonder if it comes with freeze-dried bread.
Not freeze-dried, but it does come with bread. I think, well, at least I think it will. I don't know, we'll find out. I'm going to make it in the car.
I recall bread in MRE isn't exactly freeze-dried. It's more like compressed and condensed.
Yeah, it is. It really is condensed, actually, or compressed. I like it, though. I mean, it's not the greatest taste and stuff, but for the most part, I like it. Alright. Find out right now what's in this damn thing. Oh, you know what? I need another light. Oh, those batteries must be going. Alright, let's see. There we go. Actually, you know what? If I turn this way, do it this way. There we go. A lot more light. Alright.
I've never eaten MREs.
They're
I kind of
okay.
want to try one.
They're not horrible. Some people just cannot stand them, but for the most part, they're not bad. And these bags are fucking super handy. Like, these are excellent. They're so thick, you could, like, carry water in them. Like, if you were going to worry about survival shit, like, they're so handy. Okay, there's our Sloppy Joe barbecue sauce with beef. All right, I got a fudge brownie. I love these. These are good. They're really good. I like those. What else do we got here? Got snack bread. So here's our bread. We got nuts and raisin mix. I'm not a fan of the raisins, but I'll eat them. I'm hungry. Ooh! Scores! Scores! Jalapeno cheese spread. Jalapeno cheese spread in MREs is the shit. It is the good. That's like what you really want. Like, if I could buy jalapeno cheese spread, I would totally buy jalapeno cheese spread just by itself. Spoon. Oh, what is this? Basically, it's powder. It's grape powder for the fucking, so you make, like, Kool-Aid out of it. Jalapeno. Now, this is really hard, though, so I've got to, I'm going to have to heat this up somehow. I'm just going to stick it under my leg. That'll thaw it out so it moves better.
Couldn't you just, like, toss it into the heat pack with everything else?
Oh, I probably could. I could, but I don't know. It's kind of tight. Once you put everything else and you get it back in the box, it gets kind of kind of tight, so it's hard to get other stuff in there. I mean, I guess I could if I really cared. What I might do is, if I have to, I'll just throw my heater on in the truck, and then I'll heat it up there, or I could sit on it. Like, I've sat on them before, and they'll start thawing out, or you just work them and they start thawing out. Or, like I said, maybe I'll just put it underneath the heating pack. All right, let's see. Sloppy Joe filling. Okay, here's the top. Fucking fine dining right here. Come on, don't piss me off. I don't want to do this. To have a certain method to doing this, I always do it exactly the same every single time. And it usually works out pretty good. Okay. Fill that line up. So we go, how much water here? There we go. Got our water in there. Put our heat pack down. And the water. Put our entree on there. So you got to get the edge of the heating element in the water. There you go. So it starts soaking it up, and then the rest of them start heating up. Fold that over. Here. Do that like that, and there we go. About 15 minutes, that should be nice and warm. Will somebody say something?
Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go into my kitchen and find something to eat.
Wouldn't say something, but my mouth's full of food.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. These late night I don't know, these late night fucking, oh wait, we're still live? Ah, but I don't know. It's pretty much like there's nothing. You just yak about whatever, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. Wish I would have got the peanut butter though. I mean, this is good, but the peanut butter is good. was my brownie? Is bread? That's the bread. That's the powder. Where'd my brownie go? Damn it, I want my brownie. There it is. Mmm, brownie. That's good. Oh. If I could just buy MRE brownies, I would. Oh yeah, these are. Oh, these got almonds in it. You say it had almonds in it? That is awesome. Oh, it's got walnuts. It's got peanuts. It's got almonds. It's got raisins. Not a fan of the raisins, but still, there's not very many. Whatever these kind of nuts are, I'm not even sure. They're like. Another oxygen pack. That's one thing that's gonna suck. When I move, I'm gonna have to find somebody to buy where I can buy MREs at, because I had a guy out here and I literally had bought like 5 or 6 cases from him. Like I've bought like 5 or 6 cases, and it's just like over the years I've eaten them and done different things with them. So I need to figure out like somewhere else to get MREs, because I don't care. They're so simple. It's like, if nothing else, if you can get a good price on them, but if nothing else, they're just more convenient. You know, you just throw them in a bag if you're going to go hiking, or go on a motorcycle trip for the day and just throw one in the bag. It's just they're cheaper than Mountain House. At least when I got mine, they were cheaper than Mountain Houses, and you get more variety, and you get more useful stuff. Now, can live radio be considered copyrighted? Like, if it's a radio program that they're talking, not music?
I don't know, possibly. I don't know. All the copyright strike stuff is usually done by algorithm from Google.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right, well, I'm going to stay here, but I'm going to mute myself so I can listen to Coast to Coast. So if everybody starts talking, then I'll be back.
Okay.
I just remembered Labor Day is a national holiday, isn't it?
If by national holiday you mean there's no mail and no government offices open, I believe so.
Yes! Haha, double time. I forgot I'm working tomorrow. And every time I better get my, there we go. Now I can eat because that's an extra couple $100. Or I can buy a new tire for my motorcycle. Yeah, I think I'll buy a new tire.
Or you can just buy a couple pallets of ramen and tuna fish.
Exactly. I think that's what I'm going to do. Because I totally forgot about that. And I was like, every time I have Labor Day or a holiday or whatever, I always get double time. So it's like 8 hours of double time. So that comes out to like, I don't make a lot of money. So it's like not ridiculous. And then after taxes and all that. So yeah, that's all right though. But at least it gives me an extra couple $100. So.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, okay. What'd you eat? Or what'd you get to eat?
Baked potato, sauteed mushrooms, and some prime rib.
Oh, that's right, because you had that prime rib left over.
Mm-hmm.
That works. I'm making Kool-Aid over here. Oh my god, it smells just like Kool-Aid. That's the one problem with these drink packs is this stuff always clumps up, so you gotta put it in slowly. You gotta let it dissolve before you really dump any more in. Alright, that's good. That's pretty good. You are taking your sweet ass. What the hell? There we go. So does Mr. Knives... does Mr. Knives... Hey, what's up there, Dano? Oh.
Hey.
So does Mr. Knives... God damn, what the hell? Fuck.
You really shouldn't try and inhale that hydrogen.
Yeah, no kidding. Just... What the hell? No, I was going to ask, is Mr. Knives really living out there in Long
No,
Beach?
it is a holiday.
What? What's up, Dano?
No, go ahead.
No, I was wondering, Mr. Knives, he was in here earlier, and he said he lives in Long Beach. I was just wondering if he actually lived in Long Beach, because if he did, maybe I'll make a point to go out and fucking say hi.
Knives is in the text chat on Gun Channels, and he says, yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's up there, G?
Okay. Make a bunch of money down? I guess not.
You get a good nap?
No, I did not. Yeah. Just did stuff. So you're on the job right now?
Yep. Yep. I'm working so hard.
You got them little things you gotta go past with like a card or something?
No, we don't do that. But it's not like that. This is basically because I live at the property, so I come out and I patrol the yard, and I don't do fucking shit. As long as I look around, I make sure there's nobody hanging out. We got like a 6-7 foot high wall with barbed wire, so as long as I don't know, as long as I notice if the barbed wire gets cut and somebody's trying to get in, it's not a big deal. It's totally do nothing, sit on your ass, be a retard. Like I said, it's like I used to do interesting stuff. I used to do good stuff. Then they put me, I got hired on, then I started doing this place, and it was like, this is miserable. So.
Almost sounds like being a guard in a guardhouse. I mean, you're up there, you're all by yourself for your whole shift.
Well, actually, yeah, being a guard in a guardhouse is, I would prefer to be in the truck and moving around and doing stuff, at least somewhat doing stuff and being a little more proactive. If the guard's in the guardhouse, you really can't leave the guardhouse. You can't do shit. That's kind of lame. I've done that before, and I don't like that.
I used to carry when I was a kid, and we used to drive around the car once in a while. That was always way better. But I was a little man on a totem pole as a kid, and I would have to sit in that fucking house all the time for I don't know, whenever anybody else was on the clock, they would make me be in the house. Or what was it? I think there was hours. So if anybody else was working, I had to sit in the house. But then after hours, if I was there by myself, I didn't have to stay in the house. I could leave. That's what it was. I could drive around this car.
Yeah, like if I wanted to get crazy right now, I could go park the truck and go hop on my motorcycle and start patrolling the yard on my motorcycle if I wanted to. And, it's a dirt bike, so essentially, because it's all dirt here, it's nothing but rocks and dirt. And it's like 30, I don't know, what is it, 30-something, no, it's about like 30 acres. So, it's a good it's about the size of about a block.
Oh.
About half a block. So it's a good price property, and the fuck thing is, it can really, if somebody really paid attention to what I was doing, they could totally break in here. I won't even deny and say, oh yeah, I'm super secure. No. If they really paid attention and figured out what I do, they could totally nail me. So I try to be as unpredictable as possible.
Or watch gun channels. Or be watch gun channels, but go back to that MR refrigerator. And as soon as you go in there, slam the door behind you, lock
it. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if I heard you correctly or not, but did you say that so as a benefit of doing that, you get to live there rent-free then?
Well, I get paid. I get paid, and I live here free. So, but that whole moving here and living here thing. It was part of the deal. I mean, when I first got this job, but the problem is I had another job. See, I had another job during the day, so I had a daytime job, then I had my nighttime job, and then something happened here at night, and we got nailed. We got hit hard. And they just totally buckled down on me and said, nope, you have to be out and doing this and doing that. And so I had to give up my daytime job. So
now, are you supposed to engage or simply call on the larger forces?
Okay, well,
and if you can't hear, that's fine. I'm not asking you to get in trouble or jeopardize yourself.
He's supposed to take you out just for asking him that question, Dano. Now you've really stepped into it.
No. It's actually, it's totally, it's lame. Okay, what happened was, I did catch somebody one time, and we got into a kind of a foot thing through the yard. So, basically, we had gotten hit the week before, and they went to a specific piece of equipment. It was a crane. It was one of those giant tower cranes, and those giant tower cranes have fucking cables, thick copper cabling to run the system. So
copper. There you go, right there.
Yeah. So basically, there was a couple 100 feet of this copper wiring, and we have 4 or 5 of these crane units. So the guy hit us for like, he got 2 of them. He took 2 of the units, all the copper out of them, like hundreds of feet of them, drug it to the wall, and had somebody waiting on the other side of the wall for him. I was like, okay. So after we realized what happened, we don't have camera. I'm not going to say that, but anyways, we don't have stuff in certain areas. But after I realized what happened was, what I did was I got in my Jeep and I said, look, he only got 2 of the units, and there's 2 more units sitting right here with more wire on them. And he got away scot-clean, right? So if you get away scot-clean, why not go back? So I thought, okay. So I geared up, and I sat there, and I waited. And I waited there for about a week. And then a holiday, I think it was like Thanksgiving came or something. And frickin' A, I'm sitting there, and I'm watching Netflix on my cell phone. And I'm in my Jeep, and I'm just kind of kicking it there in the shadows. And then all of a sudden, I hear a clink, and I'm like, what the hell is that? And I hear clink, clink, and I'm like, I start freaking out, and I'm like, oh crap, and I put 2 and 2 together and realized those are bolt cutters. So they were bolt cutters. The guy was using those big wire cutter things for cutting the cable. So I freaking hop out of my Jeep, and I'm coming around the corner. I've got my gun out already. I've got my gun out, my flashlight, and I start coming around the corner, and I'm trying to surprise him. But it's, he pops out, and he's got the bolt cutters in his hand. And I said, drop the fucking, bolt cutters or whatever. I said, drop them. And he dropped them and took off and ran. Well, there's nothing but steel. Like, if you ever come down here, I'll show you. But there's nothing but steel and I-beams and all kinds of shit everywhere. So he starts taking off running up this fucking driveway thing. And I start chasing him. Well, it's a little bit wet, just a little bit. And he forgot which way he went. And he slipped on a piece of metal and when he slipped, he fell flat out, just flat out. So I caught up to him. I pounced on him, and I said, look, dude, give the fuck up. I said, give up, and he started looking at me, and I'm like, dude, give up. And I was like, okay, so I got him cuffed up, right? And I drag him back to the Jeep, and I'm like, okay, well, he's secure. And then he starts bitching and moaning, oh, I can't breathe. I'm having a heart attack. And I said, yeah, whatever. And I search him. I start searching him. And I'm like, okay, he had a marijuana pipe on him, which no big deal. I don't give a fuck about that. And he didn't have any.
A marijuana junkie stealing copper.
Okay, I know. Everybody says, oh, guys on high on marijuana don't do that kind of shit. He was fucking stealing. He was on marijuana. He had the pipe. Anyway. So I look in his other pocket, his front right pocket, and he had nitro pills in there, and I was like, oh shit. So he was
You blow your ass up?
No, nitro pills are for a heart condition.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you're having a heart attack, you take them, and hopefully you don't die. So I realized that shit, this old fat guy might be really having a heart attack, and I went, oh crap. So I got on the phone real quick with 911, and I said, hey, I'm can you get AMR out here? I've got this guy. He's broken into my property. He's doing damage, blah, blah, blah. I've got him cuffed up, but he's claiming he's having some kind of cardiac situation. So they go, okay. So they send out a unit, and then they said, we got AMR. So I'm talking to the cop and trying to explain the situation, and the cop's giving me the whole, well, why did you do this? This isn't commercial burglary. It's not even a felony. And I'm like, wait a second. How is this not a felony? First of all, he had to come. This whole wall around the whole damn yard is 6 foot high, and it's got barbed wire on it. There's no way you can get in this yard unless you jump that fence. So that's already, trespassing or whatever, And then I showed him the bolt cutters, and I said, those are burglary tools, and that's a fucking crane right there. He cut that wire, and then last week we made a report with you that all this wire got ripped off. You're trying to tell me that you got nothing on this guy? Literally? Come on. Like, me and the cop just got into it, because I was like, this is complete bullshit. So anyways, the guy gets taken off. The company gets back to me after I call my supervisors and tell them what's going on, and I fill out my reports, and I send in information, and the company gets back to me and says, well, here's the deal. That could have went really bad. And I went, okay. And they're all like, but the guy could have sued us. I'm like, how did the guy could have sued us? He's in the middle of committing a felony. How is he going to sue us? Anyways, multi-million-dollar company, they freak out about everything. So they basically told me after that situation, don't bother. If you see anybody, honk the horn and call the cops. So when they told me that, I was so disgusted that I said, fuck it, I don't care anymore. So that's where I'm at. I'm at the point where I'm at, fuck it, I don't care anymore.
Well, I certainly understand your feelings, but and you certainly don't need me. But I just feel that I just need to say, careful what you say on air.
Oh yeah, no, I'm leaving in 3 months anyways. Yeah, no, I get it. You're right. No, I like certain things. Like, yeah, I mean, there's obviously things that can,
I mean, I just hate to. I mean, even though you got your plans, I'd hate to see you have a gap in your paychecks. So
I know. No, I get what you're saying, but like honestly, if that happened, my wife would be so happy because then I'd be on my way to Kansas. Granted, I do want to hang out here for another month or two, but
Oh, I didn't know you were away from your wife.
Yeah, my wife and my son are in Kansas. What happened was, it was right around the time that G-Webs came here to California. I had just gotten back from Kansas because I took off.
Every time I go on a tour, everybody's getting all mad just because their wives leave them. Ain't my fault.
No, no. That actually, I was happy because I thought I had missed you. I didn't know that I had just gotten back and you were on your way here. So that way it worked out perfect.
I can honestly say I've never missed G-Webs. But then again, I've never met him either.
I guess I didn't mean it like that. I knew he was doing it, and I didn't know if I was going to be on vacation or if I was going to be back by then. So that's why, that's why when I got back and I realized that he was just on his way here, I freaking got onto as many media things as I could to try and get a hold of him, which, damn it, why the hell didn't you answer your Facebook? I gave you a damn map and a freaking telephone number.
I don't use Facebook for that.
Oh, well. So, yeah, no, I know there's things that can buy me en masse, but I'm still doing my job. Like, I'm still out here. Like, literally, I could be at home asleep. I could literally drive home, go to sleep, and say fuck it for the rest of the night, and absolutely, probably 90% of the time, nothing would happen. So I'm just the fact I'm out here proves that I'm doing something.
Without any real specifics, is the generally like super rural, or why don't they just get a security guard to run third shift?
What he is.
That's what I'm doing.
He is running third shift.
Yeah, but I mean,
they're saying that it's not worth it to them to have a potential lawsuit, so they just want you to be a deterrent. They want to be able to tell the insurance company, like, hey, we've got a guy here. It costs us a amount of dollars. This guy came in and stole probably thousands of dollars worth of copper. So don't tell us that it's not a claim. We're sitting here doing our diligence. I mean, it's also $400,000 worth of cable. Are you supposed to have 2 or 3 full-time employees just for that? I mean, at some point, you don't expect to get robbed every day.
Well, I mean, I don't know what the value of the rental property versus the cost of an employee, that sort of thing. I mean, it's just an unusual way of.
He's saying he works about a bunch of rocks. It's probably a giant diamond pit.
No, it's okay.
Don't say.
No, it's what am I trying to say? It's
none of my business.
Bunch of gold nuggets. It's like one of them gold mines.
He is in California. That is gold mine territory.
Happened during the gold rush. You don't remember the gold rush? Yeah.
I remember the gold rush.
They don't, like I said, they don't pay me a ton, and to be absolutely true, the deal, like their little deal works out pretty good because if I was a freelance guy and I was charging them for security, I'd be charging them almost double what they're paying me now. Like, honestly, because I've done security before where I'll go and provide a service, and I wouldn't be doing this. Like, the whole reason I moved here was because of the free house. Like, that was it. I was like, oh, free house. I was like, okay, I'll lose a little bit of money, but I get a free place to live. So I was like, I guess it works out.
And some of the reason for my questions is when I was in college, I worked for a short period of time as unarmed security at a construction site. Now they were building a series of apartment buildings, and 3 of the 6 buildings were up and already had tenants in it.
Yeah.
But it just struck me as unusual. Like, they could have offered a 1-bedroom to somebody to keep track of, what I'll call the when the sun goes down till the sun comes up, and get a free apartment out of it. But instead, they
sounds like a good idea, and that almost sounds like a good idea. But on that kind of situation, I absolutely would not live on that property. 100% would not live on that property, because every time we've had somebody who's moved into a property that they also have to patrol, their cars always get damaged, they're constantly getting threatened, they're having people show up at their house. It really turns into a mess. Like, we've had guards before where they're like, oh yeah, I got a free apartment out of it, and I just go out here and patrol. Well, when they patrol, they got to deal with people, and the people get pissed off, and then they find out they live there. Oh, it's on. They vandalize their car. I've had my vehicles vandalized just showing up to work. Like, I had a rock thrown at my vehicle one day. I have a big giant dent in the side of my door of my Jeep because I drove to work in my Jeep. It was bad.
Well, why does that not happen to you then? I mean, isn't that your basic situation now?
Because it's not an apartment. It's not a.
Okay.
I'm the only one here.
Gotcha.
Like, yeah, it's like the guys who work during the day, the mechanics, the welders, those guys, they just come here during the day, and then at night it's my place. The whole damn place is mine. I do whatever the fuck I want out here. I want to go shoot coyotes, I shoot coyotes. If I want to fucking, do whatever,
Gotcha.
I don't,
If I was you, I would shoot fireworks off every day.
Actually, you want to? Never mind. I'm on fucking. When is this not going to be live anymore? Because I have something I could totally do on camera, and it would be totally awesome.
I don't know. Pink, when did this come up?
We could ask everyone to look away.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no easy way to go off air and then come back on air.
Yeah, I know.
Later.
Let me put it this way. I talked to somebody, and they said, hey, we're cleaning out our garage, and we have a lot of stuff left over that we shouldn't have, so you want it? And I said, oh, yeah, that sounds cool. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that it's stuff that I probably wouldn't mind having and borrowing either.
It feels like we're talking about a lot of glutens here, so you're making a lot of toast.
There you go.
Wait, do they make gluten-free MREs?
I think probably in ones.
I feel like you're triggering me with that.
All right, I'm hungry.
Did you lean that against a rock or something?
No, I did it against the center console here. Look, I had it on the center console. Leaned it like that. It was good. But the thing is, with MREs, I never understand this, but you see the little white packet here for the heater? I never understand why they don't have a longer heater that has like another layer here, because only half of your MRE ever gets warm. So you got
put your MRE heaters the other way.
Huh?
Put them the other way, perpendicular, so that all the 4 bottoms touch.
Right.
No, I mean, well, you're supposed to flip the MRE, but I'm saying heater itself, if you put it into all four of them are touching the water instead of just one.
You kind of broke up a bit. Gee, what?
Turn. Who the hell is making a fucking bandstand noise?
Hey, Mr. Knives.
There you go. So
There you go.
turn your heater perpendicular so that all four of the elements are hitting the water instead of just one element.
Oh, really? You can do that? Because look, if you look, the heating element's wider than the. I guess you could wrap it around the corner, couldn't you? Like if you wrap.
I usually cut one off because having four in there is ridiculous. You can make stuff out of the other one, so I usually cut one off and keep it because there's no point in wasting all of it just because you're eating it free. So I guess that's what I do is I cut one off and then I put it in there the other way so that all three elements hit the water and then it cooks up real fast.
Okay, because it's like on this one I seem to have the issues, but on others I don't seem to have that issue because you know how most of them got a flat back to them? Well, this is like the pouch is weird on this one. It's like a regular pouch. I'll let that sit for a while. This is still pretty warm, so.
Where'd you get the MREs?
I had a guy that he was a truck driver. No, I think he was a truck driver. And since I'm in the city I'm in, it's a lot of truck driver stuff around here. So he basically came to town and he had cases and cases and cases, like 30 or 40 cases of MREs. And that was when I was really, really, really serious about the whole I want to prep and I want this and I want that. So I basically, the guy, I met him, because I had a CB radio. I have a CB radio. And he was advertising them on the CB radio. So I drove down there and I said, hey, how much do you want?
That's illegal as fuck.
What?
I'm pretty sure that's illegal as you can get on the CB radio. The only thing probably more illegal would be to sell prostitutes on there.
Well, I've heard prostitutes on there too.
Oh shit, I gotta get me in my CB now.
Yeah, you gotta get a CB, dude. It's super handy. Yeah, I mean, you want to get laid, you want to get fucking high, or you want to get like whatever. You know, CB radio's the way to go. But anyway,
Is Tally on the CB radio? Is he like just there's like, hey children, want to get high?
Want to get high? But
always bring a towel.
So anyways, because I bought so many cases, I bought like 10 cases. I got each case at like $20 a case. And there's 12 MREs in each case. So.
How much did you pay for? $20 a case? That's pretty good.
Yeah. And I bought like 10 cases, so you know that's like $200, but it was totally worth it. I mean, it was just. Huh?
Gone through them all already?
Pretty much. I gave. I have about probably 10 of them left, and I'm gonna I might save the ones I really want for like motorcycle trips, or if I'm gonna ride somewhere. All right, and I'm gonna give the rest to Hosh because I already gave him like 10 yesterday. Yesterday I gave him 10, so I'm probably gonna give him like another whatever I have left. Like I said, I'm probably gonna keep 2 or 3 for me, and then I'll give him the rest because I don't know. He'll do something with them. I mean, I'll do something. I'll do something with him too, but.
It says 4:30 is when the chat's going. 45 minutes. In 45 minutes, the chat goes down.
Okay, when that goes down, remind me, and I will. It will be interesting. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, the way you keep saying that like makes it sound like you're gonna fucking do a live action meat spin.
So anyways, how are you guys doing? I don't know.
Doing well.
Hey, Mikey.
Played some Battlefield 1, set some dudes on fire, had a good time.
No, it ain't even gonna be that big of a deal. It's just, they gave it to me, and it's like, sure, why not? You know, it's not. it's not even as bad as the mortars that the guys next door to me shoot off. The mortars, like literally, I was on a chat one night, and freaking I'm driving, and all of a sudden a mortar went above my head in the truck, and I was like, holy crap. So it's not even as bad as that.
Oh yeah, gee, I saw a Velmet the other day. It was neat. It was like, I think they wanted $2,500 for it. They had like 2 of them.
You didn't buy it?
I didn't buy it. They had like a short-barreled Velmet and like a regular-sized Velmet. They also had like a fucking Galil too.
Oh, my cheese is ready.
The Galil they wanted like $3K for.
Oh, dude, there's a place you can buy that cheese. Let me try to find it if I can find it. There's a
Oh, the jalapeno cheese?
MRE. Out of
Buffalo cheese?
the stuff out of an MRE. I saw a thing on a place I follow on the Instagram, and I looked it up. It's a chain. One of the reasons I want to go to Phoenix on Wednesday, they got a store that sells MRE components.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That would be cool. Because I was even saying in the chat earlier that I had a brownie, one of those chocolate brownies. And those chocolate brownies are quite tasty for being MRE chocolate brownies.
I will say I watch more of that MRE channel than I probably should.
Is that the girl? Hosh was showing me a girl that was doing like MRE videos.
Nah, it was like some dude, and like he's reviewing like MREs from like fucking the World War I and like World War II shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
and, like Vietnam, and like he was opening them up and actually eating
What's
them.
the
and it
zip
was
code
fucking
out
weird.
there in California? Where's the zip code out there?
Oh, a zip code 91010.
Yeah, they have those fancy zip codes in California. There's one in Pomona. Is that anywhere near you?
Oh,
That's
fuck
their-
yeah! That's like 2 miles away.
So it's called Winco Foods. That supermarket, you can go there and buy just pieces of MRE, like the cheese. It's like 50 cents a packet or something.
Bullshit! Because I have I have a Winco like literally a couple miles that way, and I go there all the time, and I've never seen any of this there.
We're triangulating.
That's fine.
Well, that's what they said on their Facebook, that they had it.
All right, well then I'll go down to the one in Promoda because the one in Fontana doesn't have it. And yes, I don't care. I know. I've already given up my name because Haas's video already he put my name in there, so I don't care. And I don't like. I've already said it a bazillion times in my videos what city I was in. So, I mean, I know people have lost their jobs and stuff. I get it. I know.
But I finally got to the point tonight where I decided I've had one too many asses sitting in my back seat.
Oh, yeah?
I need to have my back seat professionally cleaned.
Oh.
Are you a noob?
Wait, Dana,
I'm
did someone
in-
shit in your car tonight?
I am in the ride-sharing industry,
Okay, cool.
and that's as far as I'm willing to say on air.
So how much does that cost to have how much does it cost to have your back seat cleaned out?
I don't know. In fact, I put out some feelers tonight, and then I got a call or two tomorrow I'm going to try to make.
How much does it cost to clean my rear end out?
But also, there was this one chick got in the car and reeked of BO, and it's like, you know, and it's not like it's that rare of an occurrence. Got out, and I always open my windows. I don't care who it's in my car. I open my windows, and the first couple of minutes of driving away, I just let everything air out. And it's like I got this whiff of something, and it's like but it's not going away. It's like it got lighter, but I could still get a slight whiff of it. So now I'm driving like, 5 miles down the road, 70 miles an hour with all 4 windows open. And I mean, at some point I'm just getting outside air, but roll up the windows, and I'm in the car going.
Dude, you can have a, well, I don't know what service you're with, but anyways, the one I know about, you can literally, if the person does something, you can have them, what is it? You can make a text message or something.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, you can get it.
But this is due to the accumulation of riders over time. It wasn't It was not one individual.
Okay.
I mean, the fabric looks fine visually.
Right. It just smell.
It just, if you put your nose down there, it smells like ass.
Oh, I understand. So, like, dude, at least this truck has leather seats, but the other truck that I had, I would literally rip ass in there all night, and I felt bad for the next guy, the guy who came in the morning, because they had another guy that would come in the morning, because after we got hit that other time, they started having guys here during the day, too. So, I always felt bad for him, because I knew it smelled like, I knew it was bad.
So, and, and I can deny a passenger, because I am a contractor. I don't have to take anybody in my car. I don't want to. But there are certain things that, they may not look right, the people, but they may smell or fine.
Right.
You can't go by looks as to, but once they're in the car and the windows are up, and you get that, first, 50 feet down the road, you'll know it. And it's like, but at that point, you're committed because you've started to perform the service.
Right.
And the contract, says, once you start, you got to finish. I mean, barring an emergency like flat tire, you got hit by another car, but, saying, oh yeah, and I got a big giant whiff of ass is not in the acceptable reasons.
What about that spray stuff that you sprayed on there and it makes all the smells disappear?
Oh, for Breeze?
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't work all
I
that
get the
great.
dollar store version. It worked pretty good on my cat piss all over the front seat.
Yeah, I do have some, and when I first started doing this, I did occasionally use it. Something that I was told, and I believe it, at least in my experience, it's very much true, is that what smells good to one person may be totally disgusting to someone else. So you really want a neutral, you want no scent at all.
Right.
That's the scent you're looking for.
That's what Febreze does.
Sounds like you need an ozone machine.
Febreze does actually have a scent to it. I can smell it.
Well, then get the unscented one then, because I got the dollar store unscented version, and it takes scent just away. It's gone. And it doesn't smell like anything. It smells, if anything, it smells kind of like rain.
What happened?
Yeah, Dano, it sounds like you just need an ozone machine.
Ozone machine? Oh yeah. What about one of those kind of things where they filter the air? Do they make a car version?
I have a air cabin filter, and I just replaced it, as a matter of fact. But that's really for dust and particulates. That's not for ass.
Oh no, like an ozone machine. It's basically go to like a used car lot. They'll have them. It's basically for like smokers or people who smoked a car before and they're trying to get those bad smells out of the car. It's a machine that they plug into the through the windows itself, like the roll down windows, and it just pumps the car full of like oxygen and other things, and just literally shoves the fucking bad smells out.
That sounds like a good deal.
Yeah. I just always gone with the assumption that if you know exactly what the source is, i.e. it's embedded itself in the fabric, you can target a more effective solution rather than a general get it everywhere sort of thing.
Yeah, no, on that, yeah, but he's talking about like that ozone thing would probably take care of like the BO smell from people, like when they're in the car.
Oh, yeah. Well, as far as for the next passenger,
because in your business.
Oh no, you wouldn't be doing that like from passenger to passenger. That'd be like a once in a while thing. You would take it in and get it done.
Oh yeah.
And
okay.
have everything like eliminated.
Well, I thought it was like just a filter that you would have in your car, and it would like circulate the air and filter it out. Because I mean,
nah, it's like a machine that takes like 20 minutes, and like the car has to be stationary for it to run.
Well, they make portable ones that plug into your cigarette adapter. They probably won't be as effective, but
yeah, because that whole thing with you guys is like kind of important, the rating system. Because if you're like below a 4 or something, you're losing your gig. So it's like, I don't know. That's that whole cleanliness of the car and all that's very important, especially people since they're such douches about everything anyway.
Yep. And that is true as far as the rating. I mean the way they both Lyft and Uber set it up is so ridiculous, because it's really just a 4.7 means you get to keep your job. Anything less and you're in trouble, and if you don't fix it, you get fired. So it's really a thumbs up, thumbs down system.
Well, let me ask you a question. Okay, I know, what does it take for the passengers? Because I know I always get rated, and I have no idea what my rating is. I haven't bothered to look. But I've only taken Uber twice, so I don't even. I can imagine it's decent, but like, what's an acceptable rating for a customer that you can say, no, fuck you, I'm not doing it?
From the company or from a driver picking you up?
Well, you know how, okay, like when I get out of the car, I get a thing that says Uber. It says, because the driver will rate how I was.
Right.
They rate up too.
Yep.
So what I'm kind of curious is if you guys or whoever is like 4.7, you get to keep your job. If I get a 4.6 as a customer, does that mean I'm a big giant dick and no one's going to pick me up?
No, not at 4.6. Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's very rare that I see anybody below 4, a passenger.
But you know what? I've seen some horror stories from that Uber thing, and I just don't understand like how these guys get into this situation. Like, they must be figuring out a way around it, because I saw an Uber driver just get beat the fuck up by like 3 little hooligans that were he picked up, and they just started beating him, and I'm like, how in the world did he pick them up? I mean, I felt bad for the guy. It was on YouTube. It was on like World's Worst Uber.
Yeah, I mean, unless you get knocked unconscious or something, there are very simple solutions like take the keys and run.
No, what happened was, okay, the guy's in the driver's seat, right? He's got a passenger next to him. He's got 2 others in the back, and you're right though. I don't know why he didn't just grab his keys and get out. But I think they were trying to rob him and take the car. I don't know what it was, but the passenger just started working him over, and then you had the guys in the back working him over, and I think the guy was just trapped in the car. I don't know, because I think he had a seatbelt on, and he just couldn't get out. Like, it was, right. I felt bad.
Well, whether it's a cabbie or somebody doing ride sharing, it presents unique security concerns, in which there's a couple different ways to address it. No one solution fits all solution for that.
Yeah.
But there are a couple different things. Obviously, laws applicable, in your state in regards to various things.
Just get an ejector seat. So if the person starts messing with you, you hit the button and it shoots them out the side or out the roof.
I always thought a flame, like some kind of flamethrower system in the back Not a big flame, just enough to scare the fuck out of them.
What I like is like a little tiny, let's say the size of a paperclip contact. One comes out on the left side of the seat, one comes out on the right hand of the seat, and you just, when needed, you push a button that passes current.
That's actually a really good idea. That's like that would make a lot of sense if you could literally do that. Because like honestly, I don't know if you've ever seen I have a taser, and it's a 2-shooting prong taser. It's like fucking straight up cop taser. And I always thought if I took that taser and I put one thing on one side and one thing on the other side, and I had a thin copper line or something running through, like a grid or something on the seat, you could totally just fuck somebody up. You could just have it up here and hit it, you know?
Yeah. You know, because everybody's sitting on their ass cheeks.
Yeah.
That's where all their weight is. And you don't need to pierce them, you just need to make contact.
Right. Yeah, and it's like, I know you're not allowed to carry in that situation, but I think that would be definitely one of those situations that I would run the risk, because here's the worst case scenario is they find out and they fire you. Okay. Worst case scenario, if you don't, you die. Know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean, I wouldn't admit to it, I wouldn't say anything about it, but I would definitely do it.
What are we talking about?
Well, just fucking like, you know, taxi drivers and stuff like that. I think they should carry, honestly. They absolutely should, and the companies don't like them to do it because I think it's an insurance issue or whatever, but it's just complete bullshit.
What if you took like the equivalent of a 9mm Claymore mine and just put that in the lumbar of the back seats? You shit, you take out their kidneys.
A flashbang, you know, just make sure there's no flame in it, even though, because that's how a flashbang works, it's got fire and shit. But, you know, if they have a flashbang that just goes off back there, it scares the fuck out of it. Ooh, airsoft mine grenade.
No, you don't have to do that. Get about 40, maybe $80 worth of LED lights off of Amazon, and just rig them things up all around, and you could just light them up so that would startle the shit out of them back there. You might be able to get LEDs to sterilize your back seat after each time somebody's back there.
That's a good idea.
Of course, you zap them, you might end up with extra deposits. Unintended.
Wait till they leave. Oh, you mean if they poop themselves from too many lights?
Yeah.
Think about getting a cop back seat. You just hose that shit out. Nobody stinks up my back seat. I just hose it out.
Yeah. Well, if there was something available aftermarket like that, I would definitely, you know, some sort of like, you know, like the
plastic thing, like what your aunt used to put on the couch, one of them plastic things over your seat.
Yeah, exactly.
See, this is what you need right here.
How much is that?
What?
How much is that though?
This one.
Yeah. Exactly.
When I bought it new, it was $1,400.
So it's totally useful, but nobody can afford it. You have to have somebody else buying that.
Yep.
But that's the mammal one, isn't it? That'll take down like a bear.
I've seen it take down. Supposedly, I've seen it take down a fucking a bull.
Yeah, that'll take down any mammal pretty much. Maybe not an elk.
Yeah, I think it would. If it can get, if it can get through the skin, it can pretty much take it down. But yeah, this is a 2-shot. So like most cops are carrying the X26. The X26 is basically the same thing. It's just a single shot. This is a 2-shot with dry stun. So I'm getting double lasers, a light, and if I got 2 subjects and I got one subject and I don't get a good barb on him, like I don't get a good shot on him, I can always take another shot at him. So, you know, that's always a benefit.
Will it take the first barb from one and then the second barb from the next one, or do they have to be together?
You know what? To be absolutely truthful, I don't know. I'm assuming since the current runs through the whole system, since it basically runs through here, I'm assuming that you could probably get one from one if you can, and you would be okay.
We'll have to test that when Bob ain't looking.
Are those?
I think that's a good idea because I've been dying to. I almost did a YouTube. I almost had my wife use it on me just to do it, and then I was like,
Ooh, bad idea.
like no.
Are those AC or DC systems? The discharge.
DC, I think. I don't know. They can't be DC. You wouldn't get the amperage you need.
I don't know.
I don't know. I know it says it's like 50,000 volts or something. I just bought it on a friggin'. I went through training for it, but I didn't like. I don't know. I didn't get all the technical details out of it. I just said, point it, make sure the freaking barbs get stuck in the guy, and drop him. And I'm like, cool. All right. So I don't know. I don't know a lot about it. But I'm sure, yeah, but...
Yeah, that speaks highly of your training. I'm just joking.
I know. It's just like, as far as they didn't get into the details of the, you know how, like, I don't know, they don't get into crazy, like...
Yeah, they just tell you what you need to do to use it safely for your concern.
Yeah,
And-
they don't sit there and go, oh, this is a 3,000 lumen light and a 50 kajillion watt. They don't do all that. They just
Yeah.
This is pretty good. This Sloppy Joe stuff's all right. It needs something though. I don't know what it needs. It needs like
You didn't have
Right.
Tabasco in there?
what happened?
You didn't have Tabasco in the accessory packet?
Oh, you're right. It did. I didn't even think of that.
Do you normally eat and do patrols at the same time?
Sometimes.
Well, the reason I ask is because I find that a lot of times it just leads me to spilling things, whether it's seasonings or other crap that I end up spilling on myself or I spill in the car.
No, I can actually drive.
Ooh.
No, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm not driving very fast, and I can pretty much steer with my knee, and I'm not dealing with traffic. So, like right now, I'm sitting here opening this. I'm actually still driving.
Well, you're on
So-
private property, though, aren't you?
Exactly. I'm on private property, and I really don't got much to. So, as long as I'm careful, I don't really.
What if a moose jumps out in front of you?
Well, if a moose jumps out in front of me, the fucking world has gone to hell in a handbasket because I don't know how he got in here or even got into Southern California.
Well, as long as you don't drive in the big giant fucking hole in the ground, I think you'll be okay.
There isn't a big giant hole in the ground. There's.
Okay.
Could be cool
Never
if there
mind.
was.
Because we're
Too
still on
much.
He doesn't want us to think he's a giant gold mine. So, whatever. Sure, there's no
Yeah,
giant hole.
exactly. There's no mines out here. There's no giant holes in the ground. There's no secret alien bunkers. Oh, wait. Well, anyways, I'm not going to speak about the secret alien bunkers, but,
Let's say if a moose jumps out in front of him, his food requirements for his time left there would be solved.
Exactly.
I mean, if you hit it, you might as well honor it by using every part of it.
And
Well,
you better have a lot of fucking salt,
Yeah.
because you ain't gonna be able to refrigerate it.
No, I've been refrigerated. I got 2 fridges. I
Well,
just
not
take
if
over
it's-
the fridge out of the other.
Not if it's the end times.
Oh, end times. No. I'll still be good. I'll still have electricity. I have so many generators here, it's not even funny. Like, I literally have semi-trucks that's a full-on generator. I could run this whole facility if I needed to. I think I've got still 5,000 gallons of diesel fuel. That's one of the reasons I kind of didn't really want to leave, because honestly, this place is pretty much prepped for me. I've got emergency medical, I've got water, I've got food, I've got fuel, I've got a security perimeter, I've got building materials. The only problem is I would be a high value target. That's the only issue.
Well, let me ask you a question. Would it be practical, as well as would they be willing to bring wife and child out by you, since you have housing?
Well, the thing was, that was supposed to be part of the deal. See, me and this company have been battling it out for quite a while now. When I originally took this job, me and my wife were working so many damn hours. I would be working like 15 hours a day. So by the time maybe about 16, I would get home from work, help my son with whatever he had to do. Then I'd feed him and then go to bed. And then my wife would get home like maybe 3 hours later. And then I would get up and I would be out of the house by 5 o'clock in the morning to go do it all again. So that pretty much was our life for like 2 or 3 years. And then we said, I met these guys at this place, and they're like, oh, you could live here on the property, and your wife and your son could totally be here. There would be no issues at all, and you would be able to spend time together, and you'd have meals together, and you'd be able to do all this great stuff. And I went, yeah, but I'd lose a lot of money. But I go, you know what? But it would be totally worth it, because I wouldn't have to run amok to pay for like a $2,600 house and fucking all this bullshit for rent. And I was like, that sounds great. So I go ahead and quit my job. I give them the 2 weeks notice. I go ahead and my wife does the exact same thing. She quits her 2 jobs. And we pull the kid out of school, and we do all this stuff only to get a fucking phone call 2 days before I start, after everything's already packed in my truck, to say, oh, by the way, even though I had already had the go ahead and do this, Bob, the lawyers are having a problem with your son because he's so young, him being on the property and this and that. And I'm like, you're kidding me, right? Like, I've already quit my job. My boss is already pissed at me because I left. I go, my wife's already quit her jobs. My son's already out of school. What do you want me to do? I had no choice. They're like, oh, well, we'll give you a severance package of 1 month of paid, your pay. And I'm like, great. So I have no job and I have no place to live. So their stupid fucking 1 month of pay was just a joke. So I said, okay, I have no choice but to take the job. I have to take the job, but I'm just going to have to pay for another place for my wife and the kid to be. So what happened was I paid for another place for them to be. My wife and my son would come out on the weekends, and they were here on the weekends. That's how that worked. Well, for a while, though, I snuck them on because we homeschooled him. So I had him on the property for like maybe a year, and I had him homeschooled. So, but then after the homeschooling thing, it was kind of lame because we had to be all sneaky about it. Like, we just had to be like totally James Bond about it, and it really blew. So he was not getting enough exercise. He wasn't getting out to do stuff. He had no life. He had no life because he couldn't leave the house to do anything while people were here. So it just it wasn't good. So anyway, so they got a place to live, and that's where they stayed, and then she got a job, and so on and so forth. But I've been here for like 8 years. And then I got kind of to the point where I was working other gigs. So like I would do this job at night, and then I would do another job during the day. So I would leave here at like 6 o'clock in the morning, fly down the freeway on my motorcycle, hit my other place, stay there until like 1 or 2, fly back here, on the bike, fall asleep for like 5 hours, start patrolling the yard later. It was just, I don't know, it's stupid. And then all that, and then basically after trying to catch people so they don't get their shit for frickin', messed up, and then them to turn on me like that, like, oh, well, don't do anything, then I was like, oh, really? What am I doing here? What the hell am I doing here? So we just decided we're done. We're done. Kansas sounds so much better, and it is.
Yeah. Well, especially, I mean, they financially screwed you because now you have two places, homes to maintain, an apartment and and a house that you're pseudo renting, versus combining your resources and living in one. So you financially kind of got sucked down as well.
Yeah, no, they just totally did me. I mean, I had a 4-bedroom house in Pasadena, and we had let her uncle, because he was having a hard time, so we let him and his wife and his son live there. So, granted that the rent was like ridiculous, but we were making all right money, so we didn't really care. And, it was like, yeah, it sucked, but I could literally go out to eat every night. Like, I could go out and pick any restaurant me and my son wanted to go to. We would get dressed up all fancy. Me and him would put our nice shirts on and our nice clothes. And me and him would go have dinner and, talk about how school was and stuff like that and do all the normal cool stuff. And then, I mean, it was a lot of hours and it was a lot of work. And I did a lot of cool stuff. Like, I got to do a lot. I worked in some pretty cool places that I was like, oh, this is neat. Like, that's how I met Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's, it was a lot of cool shit. But, it was like, and then I take this job, and I'm like, oh, great, I'm reduced to driving around the yard, eating fucking MREs, doing nothing. Like, this is my life. So, I know I'm not trying to sound the whole fucking, oh, poor me. That's not it. It's just, yeah, they screwed me.
So how many more months you got to go until you can rejoin things?
What happened?
How many more months do you have to go until you're contractually released?
Well, the plan is December 1st.
Well,
so,
okay. Well, the good news is we're not talking years, we're talking months, and then the better news is that we're talking a few months, not 6-9 months.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's a good deal. So, it's actually going to work out pretty good because I've gotten to totally, like, honestly, in the last few days, I've gotten to hang out with more people and do more stuff than I have in like 3 years. So, I've really enjoyed it. And I do miss my family, and I totally, but right now she's got her family, and she's enjoying being with them. So, I mean, she misses me, but honestly, I'm kind of a dick. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm kind of a dick. And I sometimes I think she needs a break from me sometimes. So, so it's good for her. And anyways, what is that? The heart grows. What is that? If you're absent, makes the heart grow fonder or longer or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, absent makes the heart grow fonder, and that's a saying. In fact, I was talking to a passenger about that exact saying tonight, and I'm sure many people may disagree with me, but I feel that's something that people say to themselves, and it's really just a line of bullshit, simply because it doesn't. Because when you're absent, you're lonely. You don't have someone to talk to. That one person that you can say anything to in the world, and you know that they're not going to just say, "Oh my God, you're insane," and leave you. They're going to listen to what you have to say, even if it's just simply somebody to listen to you bitch about work, but then you can get it off your chest and move on.
Well, we still do that. I mean, and I totally agree. We still do that. She'll call me probably in about 2 or 3 hours. She'll call me and we chat for about an hour or so every day. So, I asked her how was work, what happened with the kid, how was his school, what are you guys going to do this weekend, what's going on. In fact, I've already talked to her today. So we still talk, and it's not like I'm getting a divorce, because everybody acts like I'm getting a divorce, and I'm not getting a divorce. I'm just, like I said, I'm stuck here for as long as I'm stuck here, and then when I'm done, I'm done. And I'll be on these gun chats, and I'll be over there going, man, this is boring.
But there's a huge difference I have found, and when I talk to other people, they have agreed with me. It's not scientific, so I'm trying to make that claim of having those conversations face to face versus Skype. There is indeed a difference.
No, I know. There is. It's better when you can actually read their emotions as you're talking to somebody.
Right.
Because I don't know. A lot of people in her it's because she'll give me a look, and I'll look at her, and I'll tell her what she's thinking, and she just kind of looks at me like, oh, when did you start reading minds? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, you can tell. You can watch somebody's eyes sometimes and see what they're gonna do.
And all that little nonverbal communication, which is critical, gets lost when you're in a video hangout.
Yeah. That's why I throw the camera on all the time, even though there's nothing to see or nothing to do. But I throw the camera on because I feel like there should be more there than just a voice. To me, that's the way I feel about it. It's like I'm not worried about it from a OPSEC. I'm just, I feel like maybe I can't see you guys, but you can see me, and maybe it makes it feel more real. Like, I don't know. That's just my opinion about it.
Well, I think. Did you say you have a daughter?
I have a son.
Son or daughter. I guess at this point, for what I'm about to say, it doesn't matter. But having that son or daughter visually see you, you talking to them and them talking to you, will make the difference for when Daddy comes home, and they come running down the driveway, or some semblance of that, versus standing up on the deck door by the house, looking with that strange look, like they're not sure who that guy who just got out of the vehicle is. And you know what I mean? It just, kids don't have a photographic memory.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but my son's 14 years old, and
okay.
Yeah, and I saw him a month ago. So,
okay. Well, then you get into a whole nother issue, and that's men with teenage boys.
Oh my God! I need to. You know what? You guys all have kids, or some of you have kids. That's something that I didn't have to really deal with here, but he's in his first year of high school. Holy crap! He's like a girl magnet. Like, he's. Oh my God! I don't even know what to do. Like, I'm kind of freaking. Like, she's handling it right now, but it's like, I'm. We've had to talk. We've already had to talk. Believe me, we've had to talk. But, it's funny. It's like he's got this girl chasing him, or that girl chasing him, or he's talking to this. It's funny. I didn't think he would like high school. I was really worried about it because he was a little bit behind on like some of his schoolwork, like his math and a couple things. So I was like, man, Kansas is going to be hard on the whole school stuff. But he loves it. He's in the marching band. The kids at school actually fool around. It's totally cool. Like it's neat. And but this girl stuff, man, I am super nervous. Like, I don't even know about that.
Something I'll share with you. Again, one of the nice things, because I get to talk to so many people from so many different backgrounds, from the young, just starting out, to the older, very successful, to those people that are not doing quite so well, but they're still able to afford, the service that I provide. And where was I going with this?
Yeah, just give me advice on how to deal with him.
Girls.
Oh, about the male-female relationship, and I'm getting this from parents with girls telling me that the girls are now pursuing the boys.
Yeah.
I can't imagine when I was in high school having girls. I mean, they were always to be pursued. That's the role they played, and males played the role of the pursuer.
No, it's been like that for a while, Daniel.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, it's new to me.
My high school experience was about the same with that, not the pursuing, the being pursued.
Yeah, because honestly, when I was in high school, I would have never had a girlfriend if I was way too shy to ever talk to them. So if I ever got a girlfriend, it was because they talked to me. And that's just the way it was.
I'm just so damn sexy that I just got girls chasing me all the time. It's so frustrating.
I mean, it didn't happen all at once, and it was a slow change, which is why there were Sadie Hawkins dances and things like that that began the ball rolling. But the change it's pretty much come full circle.
It started when we let them start to vote. It never started.
Yeah, they started thinking that they had their own opinion.
All of a sudden, they're a whole human.
Well, I actually.
What happened when you could just club them over the head and drag them back to your cave? You know?
No, but
I mean, you can still do that in Afghanistan.
I don't know. I think it's good. I mean, if a guy likes a girl, then you talk to her. If a girl likes a guy, then she talks to you. There's nothing wrong with that. I like that. I think it's okay.
Let me ask you this then. What should be our topic for AK-47 Buyer's Guide this week on the Daily Gun Show?
Nothing about AKs.
Girls.
Girls that like AKs. Girls with AKs.
That's what I just said.
Gee, Gun Channels is down.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, so. What do you think should be the topic? You've gone over the bayonets a lot. Let's see. I mean,
I don't know. Why don't you shake it up and do magazines? Something that's actually things that people like.
I'm not going to do shit. Just fucking exploiting for ratings. No.
Exactly. There you go, G.
Is there any is there any development, or has there been development? People who have tried